Here we are. There were several of these visualizations of T Corona Borealis, and of its nova eruption. This is just kind of a side view, I guess. So here we go.
Astronomers have been observing Jupiter's Great Red Spot, a massive storm big enough to swallow Earth, for over 150 years. However, new discoveries continue to emerge, especially with NASA's Hubble Space Telescope taking close-up views. Hubble's latest observations, gathered over 90 days from December 2023 to March 2024, show that the Great Red Spot is less stable than it seems. The data reveal that the Great Red Spot is wobbling like a bowl of gelatin. Hubble's images allowed astronomers to create a time-lapse movie of the storm's squiggly motion. While scientists knew the storm's position changed slightly over time, they didn't expect to see its size fluctuate. Thanks to Hubble's high resolution, they found that the Great Red Spot is squeezing in and out while speeding up and slowing down. Hubble observes Jupiter and the other outer planets yearly through the Outer Planet Atmosphere's Legacy Program, or OPAL. But these particular images were part of a special Great Red Spot study. The team has been tracking the shrinking Great Red Spot since the OPAL program began 10 years ago, and predicts it will continue to shrink and eventually take on a more stable, less elongated shape. Researchers hope that future high-resolution images from Hubble might reveal other clues about what's causing the storm's fluctuations. Studying the biggest storms in our solar system helps scientists understand hurricane patterns on Earth and could even apply to weather on planets around other stars.
Well, hello, everyone. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explorer Alliance, and I'm here with our co-host, David Levy, and this is the 161st Global Star Party. And so we're really pleased to have you watch live if you're out there watching live, and if you're watching this in replay, thanks again for tuning in. We had a very large audience in our 160th Global Star Party with over 75,000 people tuning into the program. So, that's a great number for us to be able to contact people who are interested in astronomy, because that's what we're doing. We're doing astronomy outreach and on a global scale. So, David, thanks for coming up with the idea of discovery for the theme for this 161st event. And, you are someone that's been at the forefront of comet discovery and minor planet discovery and all the rest of it. What does it feel like to discover something that no one else has discovered?
It's very difficult to answer that question, Scotty. It is partly difficult because I do not consider the discovery of something that no one else has seen strictly the only kind of discovery. I consider the first time I saw the moons of Jupiter a discovery, a personal discovery, as I will mention later.
Sure.
And personal discovery is, to me, the most important part of it. And so I begin by doing my traditional quotation of the night, which is from my own book, My Guide to the Night Sky, which was published a number of decades ago by Cambridge. Our fondness for the stars has touched our souls. We all share the feeling of discovery, whether the object we have found is new to all or new only to us. The thrill of discovery penetrates our being as we try to describe through drawings, photographs, or words how we have been changed by the universe, sharing a secret with us. I hope that answered your question, Scott. Back to you.
Well, I am, yeah, in fact, it does. And it reminds me, I asked the same question of one of your dear friends, Carolyn Shoemaker. And this was way back after Shoemaker-Levy 9 was discovered. But before it actually impacted the planet. And I was up on Palomar. You guys were showing us the 18-inch Schmidt camera, and we were taking photographs of you. And it was a fun visit, and I'm glad that we got to do it. And so, but Carolyn asked me, she said, well, how did it feel when you first saw Saturn's rings? And I said, it was mind blowing to me. I almost didn't believe it. And a lot of people have this reaction. They see Saturn's rings or the ring planet Saturn through a telescope, and they think it's like somebody's holding a transparency or something in front of the telescope. I've heard that 100 times, but it is, it's a profound moment, I think, for a lot of people. And seeing something like Saturn or making a personal discovery like that, maybe it could just be the craters on the moon, moons around Jupiter for yourself. That's the tipping point. And I think that those little personal discoveries reframe our whole view of what life is all about on Earth. And for me, it gives me a sense of peace and and humility, and and puts me in a good spot. Generally, it just makes me, it heals whatever is ailing me about the world. So I think that those little personal discoveries are very important. Of course, I'd be thrilled to have discovered a comet as well, but I didn't have the dedication to it that you have, David. And for the audience watching, I'll tell you that David is very dedicated to getting up and making his observations in the morning, and also making observations at night. And he loves the search. So anyhow, David, I'm going to turn this back over to you and let you take it for your presentation.
Well, thank you, Scott. And the key to discovery, and I've had quite a little bit of experience with it, the key to discovery, in my mind, is not discovering something that no one else has seen before, and I've had a lot of experience doing that, but to discover something for yourself. The rings of Saturn, which I think most of you will say is a personal discovery second to none. I saw the rings of Saturn in 1960 with my first telescope, Echo. But it was kind of a bit of an afterthought for me. because on September the 1st, the day I got Echo as a bar mitzvah present from my uncle, and I looked through that telescope and saw the rings of the moons of Jupiter, I felt that Galileo himself would have felt no greater thrill when he realized he was looking at moons orbiting Jupiter that night. It was totally earth shaking for me, solar system shaking for me. It was very, very important to me. And as my interest in the night sky went on, I got interested in observing Charles Messier, his catalog of objects, and I got interested in other things, just about every aspect of astronomy, including solar observations. I made my first one actually on October the 2nd, 1959. I'm gonna have to take a little break here, but no, because I'm starting to wheeze a little bit, but I'll be all right. Okay. So my first solar observation took place on October the 2nd, 1959. There was a total eclipse of the sun taking place. Montreal was not in the path, but if we got up early enough, we could have been pretty close to the path. I got up pretty early that morning to see a deck of clouds. And I was having breakfast, and I asked my mom if she wouldn't mind driving my brother Jerry and me to see the eclipse. Even though, because the clouds were there, but they were light and they might go away. And so she agreed to that, and we went to the summit of Mount Royal, where they have a lovely pull-off where you can go out and look at the eastern part of Montreal, which now includes the Olympic Stadium. Anyway, we got there, and it was cloudy, we didn't see anything. But I noticed that the clouds were quite a bit lighter to the west. And even though I was only 11 at the time, I looked to Mom and asked her if she wouldn't mind taking us to the lookout on Westmount, which was quite a bit closer to our home. And maybe that would be a little bit more productive. And she agreed to do that. And when we got there, the clouds were breaking up, and we got to see the final part of the eclipse of the sun of October the 2nd, 1959. That was the first of 101 eclipses that I've seen in my lifetime.
Oh, wow.
And each one, in a sense, has been a discovery. Each one has been something very special, a holy moment for me. And I'm not done with eclipses. I'm planning to see my 102nd eclipse. Actually, that's not true. I have seen my 102nd eclipse. That was the one last September from Palomar Observatory. The emotion for me of that day was going back to what I consider to be a holy place, the Palomar Observatory. And for my 103rd eclipse, I would like to go back there again next March and see it from Palomar. To go there and see it from this great, wonderful observatory adds such a level of excitement and, as Scotty, as you say, peace to my life. It is so important to be able to do that. As I got more and more interested in astronomy, I began to look at other things, but years went by and I still had not seen my first comet. But then in September of 1965, Oru Ikea and Stomu Seki discovered, I think within an hour of each other, a comet in the eastern sky. The comet was named Kawasaki. It turned out right pretty quickly that they realized that that was a sun grazer. And if it survived its rounding the sun, it could become a magnificent comet. I was really incredibly fascinated with that. And I wanted so much to be able to see that comet. I was also getting ready to finish my high school career at Westmount High School. And I think, as I said before, Westmount High School is a public high school in Montreal, and I really enjoyed my time there. They have a number of well-known graduates, and I think the wellest known of those graduates is none other than Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States. And it looks like we're going to have a lot more time to chat with Kamala Harris in the coming years. And it's something I would like to do. I would like to meet her and ask her nothing about politics, but I'd like to ask her about Westmount High School. Did we share any teachers? We weren't in the same class because she was like almost 10 years after me, but we might have shared a teacher or two. And I think that would be exciting to share. Anyway, this was the day I was walking down to school for the matriculation examination in French. And as we all know, those of us who grew up in the province of Quebec, Canada, we knew that we would not be able to graduate high school without some knowledge of French. And I knew they were going to ask me the question, what do you want to do as a career? I had no idea what I wanted to do as a career. I was interested in astronomy. I wanted to be an astronomer at the time. I didn't realize that I was lousy at math and I would never succeed in that goal. But I kept on thinking as I'm walking to school that day about the perseverance, the stick-to-itiveness of Akea and Seki, so that they discovered what became the greatest comet of the 20th century, with the possible exception of Comet Yakutaki in 1996. And I suddenly thought, I want to do what they're doing. Not because I might discover a comet, because that's hard. Discovering is hard. But searching, that's easy. Anybody can do that. Monsieur Achisson, je veux découvrir une comète. I worried about translating it into French, which I did. I got to school, I got to the boardroom. Mr. Hutchison, who was the head of the French department, was asking me some questions. And finally, he asked, what would you like to do as a career? Oh, I was so proud of that question. I sat straight up in my chair. I looked at him and I said, Monsieur Hutchison, je veux découvrir une comète. Mr. Hutchison, I would like to discover a comet. The man took his glasses off and kind of looked around the room with this puzzled expression. And then he looked at me and he said, Levy, in English, he said, how the hell do you expect to make any money doing anything like that? And the whole room broke into peals of laughter at the time. It was great. From the people in the room, from Mr. Hutchison, from me, it was so funny. And he started smiling and he said, okay, Levy, I'm going to give you credit for that answer of yours. If only because of all the years I've done this, it's the most unusual answer I've ever gotten. So I'm going to give you credit. But you'd better find a comet for me within 20 years, because if you don't, I'm going to come back and I'm going to lower your mark. And that was great. On the 17th of December of that year, I began my search for comets. It is still going on, and it has resulted in an almost consuming control of my life. As years went by without a discovery, I began to take more seriously the idea I'd like to find just one comet would be so nice. I got to meet Dave Eicher just before I relocated to southern Arizona. And David and I have become very, very good friends over the years. In fact, I'm going to see you, David, in a few days at the Lowell Observatory, which is another place of enormous discovery. It is the place where V.M. Slipher discovered the evidence that led to Hubble's law, the redshift, using spectroscopic analysis of galaxies and groups of galaxies in the sky, and how the spectra that he took of those showed an alarming shift to the red end of the spectrum. Hubble later was able to figure out what that meant. But when I first visited Lowell in 1967, was my first visit there. And Slipher was still living at the time. I didn't get to meet him. But I was thinking about the discovery and the process of discovery of which Lowell Observatory is so much a part. And I think the most significant discovery, and still is Clyde Tombaugh's discovery of Pluto in 1930. I didn't know it during my visit in 1967 that I would become very close friends with Clyde. I would write his biography, and we would just spend a lot of time together over the years. And so I will be seeing you, David, in Flagstaff at Lowell in just a few days. Anyway, I'm getting more and more serious about comets, not just to look for them, but to actually find one. And I made the decision in 1979 to relocate to southern Arizona, stay there only till I found my first comet. And I did that. And I got very much more serious about it, spent a lot of time searching, and finally wondering if that would ever happen. I remember talking with John Bortle, who himself was a comet hunter, and he gave me all kinds of excuses for why he never found a comet. In fact, his view was blocked by a tree one morning, and the new comet was behind the tree. And his view was blocked by the same tree on another morning when the new comet was also behind the tree. But he had a lot of excuses, wonderful excuses, as to why he was not finding comets. And I guess I didn't think that much of excuses. I know Scotty Houston never did, sharing the name of our host, Scotty Roberts, today. Mm-hmm. But I remember doing some comet hunting in 1967, 2 years after I started, and an event we had in Montreal called the Deep Sky Wonder Night, to which Scotty Houston was invited, and he came to that. And we were talking and chatting, and I went out and did my thing, and then came in to warm up, even though it was summer. It was a cold night. And he said, "David, what the hell are you doing inside?" I said, "Well, I'm just here to warm up a little bit." And he said, "What's the weather like outside?" And I said, "It's beautifully clear. It's a lovely, lovely night." And he said, "What the hell are you doing inside?" And I started to say again, I was trying to warm up, but I just laughed and went outside and continued my search. On the 13th of November, Tuesday, November 13th, 1984, I was having dinner with a girlfriend at the time, Lonnie Baker, and we've remained friends until her death a few years ago. And I'm still very friendly with her husband, and we see each other quite often. Her husband, Todd. Anyway, I was having dinner with Lonnie, and suddenly I'm noticing that the clouds that are out in the over the city are starting to break up. And the conversation suddenly gets a lot sparser. Lonnie looked at me and said, "You're going to go home, aren't you?" And I said, "Uh-huh." And she said, "The sky is clearing, isn't it?" And I said, "Uh-huh." "You're going to search for comets instead of coming to my lecture, aren't you?" And I went, "Uh-huh." And she said, "Okay, do this way. Break the date. But you better find a comet for me tonight." On that night, I was actually on the phone with someone when suddenly I saw this lovely open cluster, NGC 6709, and right little to the north of it, a fuzzy spot, which I hadn't noticed before. And I said to myself, "Oh my." And I did a little sketch of it and then waited about 15 minutes, went on to other things, then checked the sketch. I said, "David, you didn't do that very well. The string is a little bit north of where you put it." So I took the pen out and scratched it out and made the sketch in a different where it was then. And then I went back to what I was thinking about, and then went back in another 15, 20, 30 minutes. And I said, "You still don't have it right. It's wait just a minute." And right away it hit me. That's a comet. It's moving. That was the only comet discovery that I sent a telegram to Dr. Marsden, may he rest in peace now, at the Central Bureau for Astronomical Telegrams. And I told him how bright it was and everything else. And I let it go as a telegram. And then I thought, oh, I have to call Lonnie and tell her about what I found. And I called the planetarium where she was working. She picked up the phone and she said, "Did you find a comet for me tonight?" And I said, "Yes." And she laughed. She giggled and laughed. And she said, "Well, how bright is it?" And I said, "About 11th magnitude." "Where is it in the sky?" I told her about where it was in the west, fairly high and setting in the west of western part of the sky. And then she said, "And give me its position. Where is it moving?" And she's still laughing. And I said, "It's moving at the rate of about, I would guess, about half a degree per day to the northwest." And she stopped laughing. She said, "You're serious, aren't you?" And I said, "Of course I'm serious. I wouldn't joke about something like this." And boy, did she get excited. The next day, I got a message from the local newspaper in Tucson. They wanted to come and do a story about it. The story had nothing to do with the comets. They had no interest in the comet discovery. What they were interested in was that I broke a date to do it. And that is really one of the best comet discovery stories I had. And I'm now going to go to another. All of them are interesting. And I could regale you all night long with these stories. But if I did that, David, Iker, and Scott would probably kill me with an arrow, poisoned with something.
Poison
And
tipped.
I wouldn't be able to tell you anyway. So I'll just go to one comment. In 1989, I got very interested in the work that Gene and Carolyn Shoemaker were doing And I thought, I don't know anything about astrophotography. I still don't, by the way. I love coming to Global Star Party, and I love looking at the at all the photographs you all show. And I know nothing about astrophotography, with the exception that I have taken thousands of pictures. Thousands of pictures of all portions of the night sky with the 18-inch at Palomar Observatory. And so I started observing with the shoemakers at the end of 1989. And we were observing for a while. We found a couple of comets that year. And then I was still finding visual comets. Okazaki-Levy-Rudenko was one of them. That was my third discovery. I shared two discoveries with Michael Rudenko, and he and I have become pretty good friends over the years. But the one we got with Carolyn turned out to be periodic comet Shoemaker-Levy. That was the first one. We found a second one, pretty interesting, the same year. And 1990, we found quite a number of them. And 1991, we found, I think it was 7 comets together. Wow. 7 Shoemaker-Levy comets.
Goodness.
And you might think I'm getting used to it. I'm becoming hum about it. Oh, well, found a comet and got some popcorn. No way. Each one of them gives me a thrill second to none. And as I'm about to knock my telescope off the wall, I'm going to interrupt my lecture to tell you about Cupid, the quest star. And this is like a commercial. I don't think you can get quest stars anymore. But Wendy and I were in London. We were, I think, getting ready for an eclipse trip or something. And we had some time, so we were looking through the shop windows, and there was a telescope store. And of course, I looked very carefully through the window at that telescope store, and there was a quest star there. And I looked very carefully. Wendy came up to me and she said, David, I want you to be very honest with me. Is this quest star, which they are selling for $7,000, is it 10 times better than the Meade ETX we have, which they're selling for $700, order of magnitude less? And I looked at Wendy and I said, sweetheart, the quest star is better than the ETX, but 10 times better, not a chance, not even close. She said, thank you for being honest. About 4 months later, Wendy announces that we're going to have dinner with Dean Koenig and his wife from Star Arizona, which is a lovely telescope store in Tucson. When we got to the dinner, there was this lovely box with a bow on top, this telescope inside. Wendy said, it's yours if you agree to name it Cupid, after our love for each other. This is Cupid. And I have the eyepiece that came with it, but yesterday I put this eyepiece in instead. And this is the eyepiece I use for a lot of my comet hunting right now. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And I dropped it about 2 months ago, and the lenses got all mishmashed. And I thought, well, I'll never be able to use this again. I tried to fix them, shape them into place. Didn't seem to work. It wasn't focusing, so I put the eyepiece away, standing on its bottom, and just left it there until the day before yesterday. I put the eyepiece back into, to see if it would fit into Cupid, which it did, and the eyepiece works perfectly again. It fixed itself. I don't know how it did that. I have no idea how it did that, but the lenses were in place. Got a good view of the sunspots, 43 spots today with this telescope and this eyepiece. Anyway, end of commercial. So we're back at Palomar, and I am looking at, there's this very cloudy night, and I notice that the skies are beginning to clear a little bit to the southwest. And we go outside, and Jean said, David, we cannot observe what with just sucker hole like that. And I said, why not? It's we can squeeze images through that. And Jean said, David, every time we take a picture, every time we load a film into the camera, it costs us $8. Of course, I'm still arguing, and I said, that's not too bad. And then Jean said, my God, David, that's $8 American dollars, not that Canadian money you guys play with. And we were kind of laughing about that when Carolyn said, Jean, I think David's right. That area of sky is clear. And I think maybe we can give it a shot. Jean looked, I looked, and Jean said, let's do it. The very next picture we took was the first discovery picture of Shoemaker at Levy 9.
Wow.
The second one we took about an hour and a half later because the clouds came in again, so we had to wait longer. But we were able to get the second one. Those two pictures are right on the other side of this desk. I'm not going to get up to show them to you, but they are sitting there. And right now I'm looking for a place to which I could donate them. I'm not sure yet where it is or its appropriate spot, but I'm thinking about it. And one day before I shuffle off this mortal coil, I hope to do that, to donate them to a place that would appreciate them. Anyway, it's kind of interesting to think about that. But I remember guiding those two pictures that night and hoping against hope that I would never be asked to give a lecture about those two pictures because I could barely see the guide star through the clouds moving along and everything else. But I got the two pictures. It was kind of interesting and kind of fun. And we continued on, but we stopped early that night because the clouds did come back. And took even a couple of pictures the night after. And on the 25th of March of 1993, we're all sitting at the 18-inch. And Carolyn suddenly stops for scanning. And she looks at Jean, who was reading Time magazine. And she looks at me. And she said, I don't know what I've got, but it looks like a squashed comet. And Jean right away says, I got to look at this. And Carolyn gets up and she walks closer to me. Carolyn and I were always kidding around. David, I think you would know that behavior. Anyway, I looked at Carolyn. I said, you are joking, aren't you? And she very seriously looked at me and she said, no, David, not this time. And then I looked at the expression on Jean's face. And I believe you've all seen pictures of the discovery of Shoemaker 89 and what it looked like. And I think that was the prime moment of my career in astronomy and in the night sky. The moment that I was able to look at our discovery of comet Shoemaker 89. It was absolutely unbelievable. There was the comet, it was a squash comet. There was about 12 or so cometary condensations into a little tail going up. But the interesting thing was the dust the dust stream that was joining them and going off in both directions, east and west. It turned out that someone with a larger telescope was able to detect 23 of those condensations, spread out, as he said, like a string of pearls. And it became known as the String of Pearls comet to us, anyway. That was the discovery moment. But it is still, that was the highlight. That was the highlight of my professional career. It was not the highlight of my life. The highlight of my life was meeting Wendy, marrying her, and missing her so much as I do now. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this little view about what discovery means to me. And as each of you can cogitate on the discoveries you've made, whether they are new to all or new just to you, I think you will come with a sense of what the night sky has to offer, the sense of peace, the sense of excitement, the sense of fun that the night sky offers us. Thank you very much. And back to you, Scott.
Wow, David, you told some stories. I thought I'd heard every story in your compendium of stories that you tell during lectures, but the story about your first ever comet discovery was really wonderful, and so thanks for sharing that. That's great. That's great. Well, we have more Global Star Party to come here. Old Man Gaming watching on YouTube says that was awesome, David. So, and I'm sure that Veronica Lane watching on Facebook, she said David is such a great storyteller. Thank you. So let's transition, and we will bring on Lori Ansorge. She's representing the Astronomical League. Lori is someone that does an incredible amount of outreach. And I think Lori might agree with me that the reason that we do outreach is maybe a little bit of a selfish one, because it is so satisfying to watch somebody else see the rings of Saturn for the first time, or the craters on the moon for the first time, and to watch them kind of wake up and realize that they are flying through space on a little blue planet. So, yeah. So, Lori, thanks for coming on to the Global Star Party. It ran a little bit long, but you know what? I wouldn't have cut David short for anything. That was wonderful. That was wonderful. So thank you, David. And Lori, I'm turning it over to you.
Okay. Well, with our theme of discovery, there we go. Let's see if I can make this work. And
Kurt H. from WASI is watching on online here.
I'm going to
He
stop
says hello to you.
I have to fix my screen here. Let's
Okay.
see. Do that. Goodness, not had this problem before. Let me.
You have two screens?
I think so. How's this? There we go. It looks like it's
It's not sharing on this.
all right. Let
Yeah.
me escape out of that. And let me go back to share screen. And I'll do this.
There you go.
And then we will pop this up. We think we will pop this up. There we go.
There we go. I'm going to take that into presentation mode. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. You know,
Perfect.
you never know that I do so much Zoom training.
Training.
Because, boy, that was an epic fail, but let's see if I can recover.
That's all right. That's all right.
All right. I love the theme for this. It speaks to my heart, and I love the poster you made, Scott, because I only gave you a title based upon the theme, and with the poster, you kind of read my mind.
Oh, good.
So I'm going to cover discovering the awe in stargazing by telling you a little story. Let's see. But first, before I tell you a little story, I want to mention what's up with the Astronomical League. And in this particular case, we have AstroCon, which is our Alcon convention coming up in June of 2025 in the incredible dark sky area of Bryce Canyon. I've got my tickets. I'm told that they're going to sell out. So if anybody's interested, get your tickets soon, because I keep hearing that they're going to sell out. So I'm really looking forward to this event. I look forward to the Alcons all the time. Do go on to alcon2025.org and you'll be able to get your registration in. I'm also very excited that in addition to the Astronomical League having a Facebook page, that they have also been making on their YouTube channel some very informative videos. I strongly recommend them. And whether you're a member or not, if you have any interest at all in astronomy, definitely check out the Astronomical League on YouTube, because there's something for everybody there, and they are building that library. So now for my little story. Once upon a time, I got a telescope for my 9th birthday, and it looked a lot like this. Looks a little like what we tell people now is your hobby killer. Except nobody told me that it was supposed to be a hobby killer. So I enjoyed putting it together and putting it back in the box and taking it out and sharing what I saw with folks. And before too long, after enjoying pictures of the moon and being able to see stars, I really wanted to learn to see more. Life went on. I didn't have the wherewithal or the dedication that David has. But I enjoyed seeing what I could see with my telescope. And I knew that in order to see more, I needed to understand more and learn more. Fast forward a few decades, we won't admit to how many there are to that. And I discovered not too many years ago that there was this Astronomical League, which is fantastic for anybody interested in the hobby of astronomy, because you can find clubs and click on the website to do that. You can borrow from these clubs and from nearby libraries scopes to learn how to see things and find them in the sky. And then there's this wonderful thing called Observe that's on the website. And that Observe gives you a chance to go through somewhat of a structured process of finding things in the sky, understanding what they are, and really deepening that sense of discovery. For me, from an age that I can't even begin to fathom how young I was, looking up into the night sky was that grounding sense of peace that you've already mentioned on our program. I was just always in awe and always in wonder of what's up there. Well, from working through some of these particular observation programs, I've gotten to learn more about what's up there, how to find it, what it means, what it is, and in turn, be able to share that with others. And yes, many times during a star party, the most recent of which was this past Saturday night, showing somebody the rings of Saturn, even though they're kind of straight on right now, you get that wow. And you tell your public that's standing in line at your scope, yes, that's why we do this. So that they clearly know too what the joy is. Well, the Astronomical League has lots of programs for people of all different levels of learning and all different access to equipment. So there are things that are for naked eye. There's things for different levels of equipment. And I've been kind of haphazardly exploring a lot of them and probably have a good 8 to 12 of them going all at once at any one time. But that's because something will come up and I'll discover something and want to learn more. And that's okay. So I got some stories from the process as well. There was a couple years ago a globular cluster program. Actually, it was a challenge, and it got me interested in going forward to do the whole globular cluster program that's also offered. But somewhere around 1:30 that first night that it was open to start, I had this UFO appear in the sky. I kind of knew what it was because we lived near an elementary school and we also lived near a couple of highways. And in our state of Maryland, we also have a pretty awesome state troopers program with a medevac helicopter. And sure enough, I heard the helicopter going around the darkened field, and then I heard the sirens coming. And luckily, with my EAA scope, I was able to scoop things up pretty quickly. So by the time the guy in the fireman's suit had run over to try and help me get off the field, I had everything in two arms and I was running in another direction because it was getting me off the field quicker. And that's what they wanted, just so that it was safe for everybody. So a little bit of adventure there, but during that time, while I was collecting pictures of my globular clusters, I was also learning about them. I didn't know before I started that most of them that we can see are orbiting our galaxy. And there are some that are floating around that came from a previous galaxy merge. Who knew? And of course, that all fits with our understanding now that we'll probably merge with the Andromeda galaxy, but that's another story for another day. Taking all these little discoveries and then sharing them with the Astronomy Day, for which I'd point out that Doviv was the author of a handbook that's available for free on the Astronomical League's website. Very good manual that I've used a couple times. Enabled me to share this love of the sky with so many others, hundreds and hundreds of girls being able to earn their astronomy badges, many Boy Scouts, and introducing many new people to the hobby of astronomy so that they could enjoy that same love and sense of discovery. A lot of these pictures, by the way, in these slides are some that I've taken with some of my scopes from my own observations, which I still love to have that time to do. We're in the middle of solar max at the moment. And what that means is we've had some auroras as far south as Puerto Rico. And we have in our area people always asking, well, when's the next one? Well, the predictions on that are not quite like you'd have for your weather report on cable or wherever you get your weather news. But there is a new program for you're predicting of that with your homemade soda bottle magnetometer called the Space Weather Observing Program that joins up with the SunSpotter program and Hydrogen Alpha solar programs that the Astronomical League offer up. And that's just expanded my sense of awe and discovery, because now we get to take a look into our own closest star, which of course the League is very adamant about making sure before you do that, that you're very careful to have certified filters, protect your eyes, because if you don't, they will be forever damaged. I've had the honor to be at two eclipses with David Levy and Scott Roberts. So I'm pretty thrilled to have seen those in person, whereas I've only ever seen the partial ones from where I've been. So traveling to see them was a thrill. And then, of course, being able to use my scopes to get the picture of the plane going across the sun. You have to have a pretty quick shutter figure to catch that. But with the Sun Spotter program, you get to, through filters that are safe, examine our closest stars, sunspots, which are magnetic storms, and draw what they are and map out what they are and what they mean. And you follow the program and the number of observations, and you leave the program having learned so much more that when you do a star party that has solar observations, you've got some knowledge then. H alpha allows you to look at the flares and get a deeper sense of the filaments and what that all means. Again, having the structure of log sheets and what to look for was very informative. And then getting back to our Coke bottle magnetometer, it actually has provided a means by which we can build our own magnetometer at home and have a sense of maybe there's that aurora coming. Well, these pictures are taken with my handheld cell phone. Why? Because while I had my DSLR there at a members only star party, the public just came in a big traffic jam that night because they knew aurora was happening. They were trying to get to a darker site. We signed up a lot of members that night, by the way. And the only thing I had time for in trying to make sure everybody stayed safe was some handheld pictures as my DSLR dewed up because I didn't really have time to put a dew heater on. But that's another story too. So the new space weather observing program is really cool because it has you do some cut and paste from websites. So you learn about what KP index is, what coronal mass ejections are, and a whole bunch of other words that I had no idea what they meant until now. And you get to build this little Coke bottle thing, and it's got a straw and a magnet, and it's sitting on your basement floor away from traffic, and you're using your cat's laser pointer toy towards your sewing measuring tape so that you can plot out what exactly the magnet is changing to say about what the Earth is feeling in terms of this magnetic stuff coming at us for whether or not we're going to have an aurora. Well, what fun is that? That presentation to my home club inspired some folks to, or at least one, to go buy a magnetometer, write some code, and now he has a computer monitoring this all at home. I encouraged him to try the Coke bottle too, and he just might. So all of these bits and pieces have really led to my personal discovering of stargazing and being in awe. And I've been quite a lover of comets since Halley came through. And so my path has kind of gone from this 8-inch reflector, which absolutely has been wonderful, to expanding the repertoire of binoculars that we have. I still use my little 90 millimeter Mac Cas and have now added a couple of electronic scopes. So the comet here was taken with my Unistellar 82. My Odyssey Pro took the moon here, and my new Origin took this Fireworks galaxy. I kind of like, with my background in photography, having a picture what I had instead of the old internet cut and paste into a logbook of what I saw in addition to notes, just so I can cover a lot more ground, because it's quite an addiction, this observation thing. Really enjoy it. And I enjoy experimenting a little bit too, with what some of this automatic astrophotography stuff will do. I spend enough time at a computer. I don't really want to do that processing stuff that I'm in awe of that other astrophotographers do. And in this particular sequence, we have the Running Man Nebula. We have 100 seconds, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 25, and 30. And you can see that more light gathered and stacked together gives you more detailed. Well, I've visited the Palomar Observatory, didn't get to look through that scope. I can only imagine what 100 inches or 200 inches of mirror could see, when you consider that this little mirror was only 4.5 inches, and what it does from 100 seconds to 300 minutes. So the sense of awe keeps building on itself. The more you observe, the more you learn, the more you want to, and the more you want to share. It's all quite a lovely thing. I have an astrophotographer friend of mine who took a picture of me outside of the observatory a couple years ago. I've got my glow in the dark star shirt on and some red lights so people don't trip into me. And I'm sitting there capturing some stuff with my little EAA
Really
scope.
cool picture. Really cool. I like that.
And then this is one of my favorites. This is the Trifid Nebula. I love the fact that I got the blues and the reds in there. So love the theme. Glad that I got a chance to share that, and a chance to share it from the context of what the Astronomical League offers, but what it's given me to build on my sense of stargazing awe, and how I've been able to share with others and help with their sense of awe. It's all a gift that keeps giving, and I'm quite grateful for it. Thanks for the chance to share.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Laurie. So when was the real tipping point for you as someone that got into astronomy? Where you just go, yeah, I'm going to keep doing this, you know?
Well, we got the first 8-inch in 2007. And then in 2017, I found on social media that there was an opportunity to go to this astronomy camp for Girl Scout leaders that was led by a friend of David Levy's, Larry Lebowski, and also Mr. McCarthy. And the opportunity was something that I said, clearing my calendar, which I did, and they accepted me and hopped on the plane. And with a roommate of mine from my home council, we're looking at all this stuff they're giving us, and it was like, we can't just bring this back to a troop. We have to do something big with it. And so I've done about 4 or 5 different astronomy days, a lot of them virtual during COVID. So I think that my lifelong love of astronomy found in a very impactful way a means to do something more and bigger with it, which then also introduced me to the fact that there were astronomy clubs, which I didn't know before then, and that there was this astronomical league with all it had to offer. And it has been like a snowball in an avalanche, I would say, the past 6-7 years. And since I've been retired for 3 of them, like I said, it's been about these programs going all at once, depending upon which way the wind blows or the clouds. Last night it was the moon occulting 20 Pisces and also Neptune. And who knew that you needed a cloud to reflect moonlight back to find the edge of the brown moon, which is really brown, so that you could see when it all disappeared to know when it was going to reappear. Just wow.
Wow. I know. I know. Well, that's great. That's great. So
I
someone
wanted
was
to add
asking
my-
about, Go ahead.
I want to add my thanks to Lori's wonderful presentation just now.
Thank
I'd like
you.
to add a thing that I really liked what you had to say about the sun, because that's been something since my first sunspot count was in March 1st, 1963. And between February and the middle of September of this year, I didn't miss a single day of sunspot counts. I finally broke that record, not because of clouds, because I forgot. I'm getting a little elderly, and that happened that day. But other than that, so far this whole year, I've only missed about 5 or 6 days. And I just love it. And I really enjoyed your thoughts about the sun. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just say that if folks love David's stories, his book, The Night Watchman's Journey, I just finished it a couple weeks ago, and it's awesome. It's full of those stories, and it's very inspiring from that perspective. And it's very real and authentic. You really see the person in there. I appreciate that so much.
That's great. Okay.
Did somebody else have a question, Scott?
People are just saying that you gave an amazing talk, and there was an add-on from Chris Larson who says you've done amazing things here. I'm grateful for this getting me back into astronomy 160 episodes ago. Mark Drexler says, I joined the Astronomical League a few months ago and started a few observation programs. The Messier program is the one I'm currently working on. So, the great work that the volunteers, because it is basically an all volunteer organization that's 75 years old. Is that right?
Just over a few years beyond that.
You're right. So full of amazing people, both the members and the organizers and all the rest of it. And they're always coming up with something new. So if you don't already belong to the Astronomical League, you need to join through a league club, which is probably the least expensive way to get involved. You can be a member at large. Okay, it costs a little bit more, but still it's very reasonable. And someone asked about the Reflector magazine, which you can get hard copies of if you are if you're a paid member. So, yeah, it'll be great to see you at Bryce Canyon, Lori. And I don't know if you're planning on coming out to the Lowell Observatory event. It's a ribbon cutting event on the 16th, but if not, then we'll send you pictures.
Looking forward to that. I won't make that event, but it's on my wish list. The state-of-the-art stuff that they have queued up there.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah, it is really, it's the crown jewel of astronomy outreach, I think, in the United States right now. So it's very cool stuff. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Lori. And we will now go to the editor in chief of Astronomy Magazine. And that is none other than David Eicher. And he told me earlier that he's going to talk about one of the weirdest of the weird deep sky objects. And I'll let him explain.
Thank you, Scott. How are you doing tonight?
Good, good. Much better that you guys are here. So
yeah. This is a weird object among weird objects, and it's a really good one. It's a challenging one. This is very, very faint, but it's something that you can go after astrophotographically, if not visually. And with a large scope, you can see it visually as well. So I will start to share my screen, and I will see if I can share the right thing, and then I'll see if I can start the slideshow.
Yep.
And do you see a familiar galaxy Centaurus A?
Yes, I do.
This has nothing to do with that whatsoever, but we'll go on to the relevant part then and talk about we're still in the very far northern sky, working our way southward. So we've got about 9 years worth of stuff to do. I don't want to scare anyone away from this program, but there's a lot of stuff to go here. We're in the far north yet. This is a galaxy that is just south of the bowl of the Big Dipper, NGC 3079. And there's a very interesting object that was imaged in 1979 and recognized for the first time that has its then coordinates prior to equinox 2000 coordinates with the incredible name 0957 plus 561. So I'll explain as we go here. There are a lot of sort of 2-for-1 pairs of objects that happen to lie close to each other in the sky, of course, mostly at very different distances. This is one of them. And as I said, this is an edge-on galaxy, NGC 3079. It's a barred spiral. It's pretty nice and reasonably large considering its distance, which is about 50 million light years. It's unusual in that it contains a supermassive black hole, about 2.4 million solar masses. And unusually, it has a bit of a central superbubble that's fairly bright that extends up above the plane of the galaxy's disk component, about 3,500 light years or so above the galaxy's bright disk. It's believed to have been caused by a starburst event in this galaxy. So this is an interesting, although relatively ordinary, average Joe NGC galaxy, if you will. A little bit brighter than 12th magnitude and about 8 arc minutes across. So it's a good object in and of itself, but it's much more interesting by association. Because in 1979, astronomers found the first gravitationally lensed quasar ever to be found, and that is 957 plus 561. It's about 8.7 billion light years away, and it's being lensed by an intervening galaxy that has maybe the worst catalog designation of any object I've ever seen in my life. YGKOWG1. There's one that we're really going to want to remember. Geez. So the quasar images, of course, are very faint. They're just a little brighter than 17th magnitude, but they've been imaged by backyard astronomers. I remember right after this discovery, back when I was a teenager, there was a very prominent astro imager. He lived in Ouray, Colorado, of all things at the time. He was fairly old at the time, at least he seemed so to my teenage self. Alexander Brownlee, I don't know if that name rings a bell. He was a great black and white astro imager, and he shot this thing a few months after it was discovered. And that was kind of the poster child image of this double quasar by an amateur for some years. But it's an interesting, really serious challenge object, even for imagers and especially to see visually, very faint object. Now in equinox 2000, it lies, if you're interested, at 10 hours, 1 minute, 21 seconds, and 55 degrees north and a little north of 53 minutes. So that's the current coordinates if you want to go out and photograph this thing or go after it with a big scope. And of course, in a dark moonless sky, you know, a 16 or 20 inch scope would be appropriate to go after this object with. So this is the region of these objects down below the bowl of the Dipper from Ron Stoyan's Interstellarum Deep Sky Atlas. And you can see there, you know, a field of faint galaxies nearby as well, and one single Struve double star in there as well. Here's an image by Edward van Bergen showing the galaxy. You can see it's a nice edge-on barred spiral there in the center with a pretty healthy looking dust lane along its disk component. And there are a couple of other interesting galaxies in the field here. There's NGC 3073, which is near the top right edge of this field. And then PGC 28990 is above center there. But the interesting thing, if you look closely over toward the top left edge, there's what appears to be a close binary star, a couple of stellar disks, stellar objects there. That's the quasar, and it's being gravitationally lensed. It's a single quasar, as I said, that's very distant. and you have to move up to something like the Hubble Space Telescope, which we'll do next, to see in the center there the lensed quasar, the two components of it. And you can see in the Hubble image here the disk component of the galaxy that is acting as the lens. And once again, time after time after time after time after time, proving Einstein right for the gazillionth time. So this is obviously way beyond the capabilities of amateur telescopes. But if you go back to this kind of an image, you can see a pretty good approximation of what you can see with large amateur telescopes, of course, not so much color. But as you see, just from the plate scale here, the separating the two components of the quasar and at 16.7 V magnitudes, it's a challenge object any way you split it here. So that's all I have, a really extreme challenge this time. I can mention quickly the November issue of Astronomy is kind of a Sten Odenwald's story on everything we know about the sun now. Of course, we've just now passed solar max and are on the slow declination of solar activity, but there's a lot going on the sun still. And this has a lot of other stories, including our report on the last Starmus Festival that we held as well.
Wonderful.
We will have a Starmus coming up next spring in La Palma. So, I hope that Scott, we can get you to be involved in that as well. We need to start talking about that pretty soon.
Eric has
we'll
already
see.
been luring me to the
Yes,
event, so.
indeed. We will be setting up around the largest telescope in the world there, the Gran Telescopio Canarias. If you haven't been to the Canaries, it's almost exact. You could close your eyes, turn around, be blindfolded, open your eyes again, and swear that you're in Hawaii. And of course, this is off of the northwestern coast of Africa and is a very popular Hawaiian analog vacation destination, if you will, for Europeans. It's a part of Spain, of course, but is out in the drink. It's a very interesting place to go to and to see, and we'll have some nights with all kinds of surprises coming up that we'll start to announce relatively soon as far as speakers and musical guests and all that good stuff. So, Scott, that's really all that I have for tonight, a real extreme challenge, and we're working our way through that list. And I look forward to reporting on this weekend. I think a number of us are going to be up there in Flagstaff on Friday. We have the official grand opening of the Astronomy Discovery Center, which is the centerpiece of this more than $50 million renovation of Lowell Observatory that is going to be really spectacular if you haven't seen photos of this yet. And there will be all sorts of people, including the distinguished Scott Roberts and David Levy will be there with us alone. What's that?
And David Eicher.
And even some, also Rams like me. So I'm proud to be on the Lowell board there, and we'll have a lot of fun up there and a lot of stuff to report on. And there'll be a digital story next week about the events this weekend. And maybe I'll go away from weird galaxies and quasars and next week talk a little bit about Lowell's rededication and reopening in a fairly grand way, which comes a few years after the centennial of Percival Lowell's death.
Oh,
So that is, and I can show you a surprise, which I won't show this week. I'll show it to you next week. That is one of his earliest possessions that mentions astronomy.
Oh.
That is in my collection as well.
very
So
cool.
we'll have a lot of fun up in Flagstaff, and we'll talk about that more next week.
Great. David, thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are now going to Brazil to meet with Marcelo Souza. Marcelo, thank you for hanging in there, and welcome to the 161st Global Star Party. You're muted there, Marcelo.
Sorry. Nice
Perfect.
to meet you. Thank you for the invitation. It's a
Sure.
great pleasure to be here. Nice to meet all of you here. And I will talk about the experience that I have to make the popularization of astronomy for showing how the blind people has difficulty to understand astronomy, and we share this with the public. I will show our experience. Let me see if today it will work well to share my screen.
Okay.
I think that works. My computer now
Oh, it's
is doing
working
what I
perfectly.
want to do.
Yeah, perfect.
And I will show now. Let me share here. Last week I talked about Jocelyn Bell and the Kent Colors. That is a famous blind astronomer, the first one in the world. And we had an experience for 40 years here to organize an event where we involved visually impaired people, including blind people that live here in our cities. We organized an event that we call the Unknown Universe. And you have a tent here, and inside the tent you don't have lights, and you can see here all the people use blindfolds. It's blindfolds that you say, no? To protect, you don't see anything. You put in your eye and you don't see anything. And the guides inside the tent were blind students from an institution from our city. Then everybody you can see here in the line, they were preparing to enter inside the tent. Here is Pamela that was participating in the spirit. And here you see a lot of people participate. This tent was located in the center of the biggest shopping center of our city here in campus. And then I will show inside here. You see a small group that enter, and one member of our astronomy club stayed inside without blindfold to see everything that was happening. And you see here that the guide is a blind student from high school for visually impaired people from our city. And here we have the constellations that 3D constellations that they can put the fingers and feel the constellation. We also had the sounds from radio telescopes that you put inside the tents. And here all of them with the guide. It was a fantastic experience. You did it 1 year, then they asked us to repeat this for more 3 years. This is another image of this first experience. This is the guide that is the student. He was very happy to participate, and it was an opportunity for all the people feel what the blind people feel when they try to walk in the streets. Then it was an opportunity to share how they feel. And this was in another year, the next year, we had more support to organize. Then you have a special place. You participate in this one, Scott, online. We had a video conference with many people. One of them it was you. You participate here with us.
Great.
And the same image, 3D image of the constellations. They put the fingers here and feel, and you ask them if they could identify the constellation, what was the constellation. You see here people working. Here we have the guide, that these students, and a member of our astronomy club there also. And this is a book that I will show here That's a fantastic educational material that yeah, and we had another opportunity to organize in another year, but it was not so big structure as the 2 first years. And I hope soon we'll have another opportunity to organize again these kinds of events that many people participated and they asked us to repeat in other places. It was a fantastic experience for us. This is the book. I'm here with the book. Touch the Stars, written by Norrin Grice. That's available in the National Braille Press.
Oh, okay.
And here I will show you inside. That's something fantastic. It says in Braille. You can put you have the text also in Braille, and you have the images that you can touch. Can you see here? Let me see. I'll show here in the camera. It's possible to see
Yes, I see.
here.
It's like
You can
it's embossed. It looks really cool.
Yes, you can put the fingers here. Here
Mhm.
is the sun here. Here is the sun.
Noreen Grice.
You put the fingers here, and you have many images here. Here, a comet. This is a fantastic book. This was written by Norrin Grice. This is one of the books. You have other books. Here is how is a here is a galaxy, a spiral galaxy. It's something fantastic. Yeah? But she wrote other books. This is another one. This is you have Touch the Sun, Touch the Universe, all of them written by Norrin Grice. This is one of the fantastic educational material that's available for blind people and also visually impaired people. Né? That's fantastic. They need to know Braille, but you have the images here. It's fantastic. This book is a fantastic educational material. And I also have also another experience. This is the big astronomy. They have outreach toolkit for blind and low vision audience that participates in a planetary session. Here it's available, all the information in the Night Sky Network homepage. And it is something they suggest here material to be done with the participation of the public. That is also material for the visually impaired people. Then it's fantastic. It's a fantastic experience. And I suggest if someone would like to know more, to look for Northern Grace in internet, you'll find many books
Yes.
she wrote and her experience.
Yeah,
And
Marcello, I'm sharing the link to Amazon to Touch the
okay.
Universe for the Braille Book of Astronomy.
And Touch the Stars is in the National Braille Press.
Hmm.
Yeah. Here? No, here. Here. National Braille Press.
National Braille Press.
Yes. Touch the Stars. Now I have a second Touch the Star 2 also. It's something fantastic. This was the first book that I knew about
Here we go.
astronomy for visually impaired people and blind people.
Okay.
I had the opportunity to talk with her one time, and I invited her for our event here, but didn't work. I hope one day she can participate here with us.
That would be wonderful. Yeah, it's available for $35 from National Braille
Yes,
Press.
yes.
It's in its 5th edition. So, I think it's wonderful that people have uh, been able to take the universe to the site challenged, so it's just really incredible to me.
Fantastic. This is fantastic
Yes.
material. Here is the book again. I'm showing here again. If someone wants to have this, I think that all the groups that work with outreach activities, this is a book that's a fantastic support to organize special events for all the public.
Wonderful.
And yesterday, I had the opportunity to go to my university to take more pictures using the Unistellar, and I got these images. The
Wow.
moon, né? This is the
Nice.
moon.
Mm-hmm.
And the M43, that is in the Orion constellation, né? And you can see here part of the M42. And here M42, the Great Nebula in Orion. And here also M43 here. And something that for me was an amazing image. This is Horsehead Nebula, a 10 minutes shot. And it's the first time that I got an image of the Horsehead Nebula. And I will do this again this week, next week, for more minutes to take a better image. And I didn't process the image like the image that I received from the Unistellar telescope. I didn't change anything in the image. And this is another,
Look at that.
I changed the image, this I changed to see the Horsehead Nebula, a small telescope that allow us to take these images. No? This is the Helix Nebula, that is also a fantastic object. This is a 6-minute shot. It's not 6 minutes, no? They stack the images every 4 seconds. You take image every 4 seconds, then they stack the images and send to us processed images by the system that you have in the telescope. You have a small computer there. And this is fantastic for me. There's NGC 6907. This galaxy is, if I'm not wrong, 118 million light years far from us.
Wow.
180 million light years far from us.
Crazy.
Is a spiral galaxy. And I have this image taken from a place with a lot of light pollution around, and it was possible to see this. This is something that the technology is bringing to us. Everything is changing here because with our telescopes, traditional telescopes, I never will have the opportunity to take a picture like this. And here is now the planets, Jupiter. It's not so good for planets, but it's an image of Jupiter and Saturn. Now, what is fantastic because you can stay in any place you want. They have the battery. You can use the telescope for 11 hours. 11 hours.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it's more than the battery of my smartphone. That is how I ask to take the image. The battery of my smartphone will finish and the telescope will continue working.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think that Laurie already talked about this. This is amazing from the Space Weather homepage from today. We are in a maximum. They imagine that was the prediction was that you begin in 2025, but as all of us felt, the sun is very active and officially In October 15, was announced that the sun has reached the maximum period. Then we are in the maximum period of activities for the sun. Here's the difference. This is from this homepage from Scientific Visualization Studio. And here are the difference between the solar minimum and the solar maximum that we are living now. And something that's curious is that many people are waiting very intense solar activities because in the space weather homepage, they ever compare the sun now with the Carrington event. Then looking for the size of the sunspots that appear in the face of the sun that we see from the Earth. Here are the data from the number of the progression of the sunspots in this solar cycle, and we see here the prediction of the 25 cycle, and how that is intense now. Is more intense than it was predicted. And the prediction is that you have less activity, solar activity in this cycle, but it's more intense than the 24 cycle. Here is the solar cycle sunspots number progression only in the 25 cycle, and you can see here that the sun is more active, have more activities than it was predicted. Scott, thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
invitation.
Thank you.
This is what I would like to show today. And
Wonderful.
I hope we have many news soon. And
Yeah.
as we are working hard here to have news, we are working with new places here that are taking care about the mitigation of the light pollution effects.
Oh,
Then we have a hotel here that is doing everything to be certified, and we have another reserve that they protect the sea turtles. And then they receive the LEED certification. That includes also the lights that they have in all the headquarters of the park, this reserve, and they did everything that's possible to didn't affect with the lights the sea turtles babies. I was there and there's something fantastic. It's the same place that we have the observatory here with the telescope of our sky, and we measure the intensity of light 50 meters far from the headquarters during the night with the lights on, and it was almost zero the lux, zero
really?
lux. Yes,
Wow.
yes, because of the kind of lights that they
That they
installed
used.
in the
Oh,
headquarters. Something
wonderful.
fantastic.
That shows you that you can do it. You can have
Yes.
light and darkness too. So,
Yeah. Thank
yeah,
you very much for the invitation.
wonderful.
It's a great pleasure. Nice to meet
Wonderful.
all of you again.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, take care, Marcello.
Bye.
Okay. All right, our next speaker is none other than Ron Breacher. Ron's talk tonight will be the universe from his very own backyard. Ron, how are you, man? You are muted.
Por que você vai pegar lá, Pedro?
I said,
Você vai ter que ir lá para pegar?
I'm doing great. That's a very stylish hoodie that you're wearing.
Você quer que eu te leve? Acabei
All
aqui.
right, Global Star Party hoodie.
Yeah, really nice. It's cold here tonight. It's going down to -5 C.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that
so
is
I'm getting
cool.
ready to change my camera to the winter temperature in the next week or so.
Yeah. I heard that when we get to Flagstaff, that it will be down in, below 20 degrees at night, which is,
Wow.
for us, is kind of cold. It's not cold for you up in Canada, though. That's probably t-shirt weather, right?
We still feel it. Yeah, I'm still wearing a t-shirt. But that's okay.
That's
So,
cool.
maybe I will share my screen.
Okay, I'll let you have the stage.
Okay. So I'll just start this as a slideshow. So this is called The Universe from My Backyard, and I always like to riff off the themes that Scott puts out there to the presenters ahead of time. And so we'll talk about the theme of discovery, and then I'm going to basically show you how I do it from my backyard, and I'm going to show you some recent images and work in progress. And then I'm actually going to show you an acquisition in progress right now as we speak. My telescope is shooting. So here we go. So the theme is discovery, and we got a lot more text than this, but I just highlighted some of the really important ideas that stood out to me. The idea that amateurs are exploring the skies from our own backyards like never before. The previous speaker just mentioned how technology has changed things, that amateurs can now see things we've never been able to see before, and that allows us to personally expand our own horizons and view of the world. And the other thing that really struck me in what Scott sent was the idea that whether it's just my discovery or I'm the first ever to see something, which hasn't happened yet, it's a moment of personal discovery for me, and it always inspires me. I love being out under the sky. I love looking at the images, and I sometimes image the same things over and over again. So here's where I do it. This is the Doghouse Observatory, and this was, by the way, if there's any spouses of astronomers that are watching right now, this Doghouse Observatory was a 50th birthday gift for me from my beautiful wife, Gail. And it's a sky shed, and it has a pier and a warm room inside, and these two pictures show it closed and open. So I got this in 2009, and 15 years later, it's still going strong. I've replaced the front door. I've replaced the rails that are outside, the 4x4s, but everything else is original and going great. And so here's my long-term strategy for how I want to approach deep sky imaging. So the first thing I do is I try to unload any equipment that I'm not using. And that's not strictly true. There's some equipment that I would say are unique or rare. So for example, we have a 50th anniversary Questar. It doesn't get used that much, but it's not going to get sold because it would be hard to replace. On the other hand, I've bought and sold a lot of really fine telescopes because they're not that hard to replace. So sell my unused equipment, buy a scope or camera, in other words, change it up, and then image objects that fit in that field for a few years. And I'm pretty rigorous about just choosing objects, excuse me, just choosing objects that fit like in the central half of the field. And then after a few years, after I've shot everything I can in that size from my location, I sell all my unused equipment and change something up again, always being aware of the law of unforeseen consequences. So if you have a mount that's rated for, 35 or 40 pounds, and you have a telescope and camera set up that's 30 pounds, and then you decide to upgrade that to a bigger scope, you might find that you need to buy a bigger mount. So when you're upgrading, you really have to think about things. And that's why we always tell people, when you're putting together a system, get more mount than you think you need. You're probably going to want to change things up in a few years. Get yourself the capacity. My mount is a Paramount MX, and I've been using it since 2011 without problems. I've also used a lot of different telescopes and focal lengths, and here's a few of them. So a TAC FSQ 106, an Esprit 150 from Skywatcher in the center, and a 10-inch ASA reflector on the right. These pictures are all taken out in the observatory. You can see the same mount has been there throughout, and I'm still using the same mount now. So this is my current setup. And most of the photos I'm going to show you in a few minutes were made with this setup. So it's a Celestron 14-inch Edge HD with a dew shield, an aluminum dew shield, and a dew heater ring right against the corrector plate. Prima Luce Lab Eagle for controlling everything. That's the red box that you see on top of the telescope is actually the computer. I used their low profile Asato focuser, an Arco rotator. Their Giotto flat panel was the only way I could get good flats. I tried t-shirt flats and sky flats. I just was not successful with those methods, but the Giotto worked fine. Using a QHY 600 camera and filter wheel and guide camera, and Optolong filters. And again, my trusty Paramount MX at the bottom of the list, also at the bottom of the payload. It's carrying everything. So this was taken with the Takahashi FSQ 106, the small refractor that you saw. It was on the left side of those three images. It's a really nice big field, but I just want to show you what we can do at different focal lengths. So, for example, we can zoom in from that 4-inch telescope. If I go up to the 14-inch telescope, there's the Lizard Head Nebula. I call it that. My wife pointed this out to me. She said it looks like a lizard's head looking out of a cave. And ever since that, I can't unsee it. So it was one of the first things that I targeted with the 14-inch. And boy, does that ever show some detail. This is, we're just going to look at a few pictures now, which is the universe from my backyard. All of these were captured recently with that big 14-inch telescope and all the other equipment I told you about. So this is Sharpless 2 188. Some people call it the Shrimp Nebula. And I did it in 3 different color palettes with 6 filters. So red, green, blue, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. The left hand and center images are narrow band with natural color stars. And the one on the right is natural color enhanced with hydrogen alpha. This is the Cat's Eye Nebula. And I just think it's one of the coolest things that I've ever photographed. And this picture shows more detail than I ever thought I could reveal. And if we look in close in the core, you can see the concentric rings around this that I've seen in professional images, but not too often in amateur images. So this was a very, very cool one. And in this image, just like in a lot of the other ones, if you look away from the main target, you'll find other little jewels like this galaxy here. This is a wide field picture. It was taken with that little Takahashi telescope again. It shows a whole bunch of very cool objects in Cygnus, including the Propeller Nebula up here at upper right. But I want you to look instead at these 2 little blue eyes in the dark. And now let's have a look at them up close with the 14-inch. And you'll see there's not 2, but 3. There's the 3rd one up here. And one of the things I really love about this object and this photograph is this little ribbon of hydrogen that passes in front of the reflection nebula, the blue reflection nebula that's in the background. And there's another one of those ribbons over here on the left side. So cool. Again, when I can on these really interesting emission targets, I shoot with 6 filters. So sulfur, hydrogen, oxygen, red, green, and blue. And the center image, again, is natural red, green, blue, enhanced with some hydrogen. The left and right images are both narrowband, sulfur, hydrogen, oxygen, with natural color stars, but in two different color palettes to reveal different chemistry. I'm still blown away that I can do this from my backyard.
Wow. You know,
And
I was just looking at it with my eyes crossed a little bit to make it a 3D view, and it is stunning. And when you do that, when you merge all those the left and right image over the center image.
I'm gonna try that, but maybe it's better if I do it after my presentation.
Okay, that's cool.
So open clusters often get overlooked. I mean, I know the splashy ones get photographed, like the Pleiades star cluster.
Mhm.
But often when I'm waiting for my main target to rise, or after my main target has set and I have an hour or two left over, I'll use it to shoot something like this. And this open cluster, completely off my radar, but it was well placed and looked interesting in the pictures that I looked at, the triangular shape. So I photographed it just a couple of weeks ago. But you know, you always get these little surprises. And so if you look over here, we've got these galaxies that are far, far in the distance. And I wasn't even able to get catalog numbers for two of them, two
Wow.
of those three. So, you know, there's these beautiful gems everywhere. This is the Cocoon Nebula. And the Cocoon is at one end of a really long, dark nebula. And so I wanted to bring out a lot of the dust around the Cocoon. So maybe it's brighter than some other images that you've seen, but I really like this aesthetic for this object. And similarly, I did the same sort of approach on the Iris Nebula. One cool thing about this shot of the Iris is that it shows some pink H alpha regions over here and up over here that I've seen in some other images, but not too many. So I was glad I was able to pull that out. I didn't add H alpha to this image. Never even heard of this till I found it in a search of a catalog looking for objects to image.
Wow.
This is the Crystal Ball Nebula, NGC 1514, and there's lots of images out there, but they mostly show it as green. They really don't show that red hydrogen shell that I was able to capture with a long exposure. By the way, when I say long exposure, these deep ones are in the range of 30 to 50 hours, give or take. Sometimes it depends on the weather and the moon. This is the Bubble Nebula, and again, shot with 6 filters, so I could make a few different variations. And again, the center one is natural color. In this case, I didn't add any H alpha. That's just natural RGB, red, green, blue. The two outer images are both made with the natural color stars, but the nebula's shown with sulfur, hydrogen, and oxygen narrowband filters. And I think the one on the right, which is called a 4-ax palette, is for me the most attractive palette of the three for this object. Well, let's say of the narrowband, I'm really partial to the center one. I'm very, very drawn to that natural color image. So the universe from my backyard, this is a galaxy cluster taken with this setup, and it's 300 million light years away. As if that's not far enough, there's all these other galaxies that are shown here, but in white are quasars. And if you saw David Eicher speak earlier this evening, he was talking about the double quasar. Well, I used the milliquas catalog to identify all the quasars in this image. And then I started looking up their distances. So you can look up the redshift and then use that to calculate the distance, the light travel time. And these are the top one there. You can see right here in the middle of the crosshairs in this image, 9.3 billion light years away. And the other one, fainter, but I can still see it. I hope you guys can on your screen. 12.8 billion light years away, so less than a billion years after the Big Bang. And that's from my backyard.
Crazy.
Couple of things I got in progress. This is another, going to be another one of those 6-filter 3 palette images. This is the very center of the Heart Nebula, IC 1805. And this is showing what I was able to get when I had about, I think I had about 7 hours of data. And I just checked before this talk started, and I'm now at 28.5 hours. So I should be able to get more detail, better color, less noise, just a nicer aesthetic overall. And this object, this is called the Bear Claw Nebula. And I'm actually imaging it right now as we speak. So I always do practice processing while I'm acquiring data for an object over a period of a couple of weeks, say, or a month. After every night, I'll do all the data and practice processing it. So by the time I get to the end, I've done it 6 or 7 times and I really know how to work the data. I did this after 2 nights of acquisition when I had about 17 hours of data. I'm now up to 45 hours of data.
Wow.
And after I just show you this next slide, which has information on how to reach me, astrodoc.ca is my website. rbreacher@rogers.com is my email. And also we have workshops at masters@pixinsight.com. But now let me take you into the observatory.
Cool.
So you're looking at my imaging system right now. And just for a sec, I'm going to go back. Just for a second, I'm going to go back to that slide so I can show you what to look for. So you see the smile here, the upside down smile?
Yeah.
That's what I want you to look for in the image I'm going to show you. And notice the 2 main shells are not, they're not centered on the dark spot. The dark spot is kind of skewed off center. So here we go. Back out to the observatory. So here's the upside down smile, except in this image, it's right side up because I'm on the other side of the meridian. And maybe you can see, maybe you can't. I'm going to try to zoom in a little. I don't know if you can see the faint shell here. We're looking at them
just a hint. Yeah.
just barely. That's why I have to shoot so long.
Yeah.
And that's a hydrogen sub. Here's oxygen. Oxygen, you can maybe see a little more of the overall shell, right? But the contrast is pretty weak.
Low, yeah.
And it's a really good night here, although there's a fair bit of moonlight. And at the bottom here is my guiding graph. And you can see that well, you probably can't see it, but I can see that my guiding error is right around 1 arcsecond right now. That's because the object is low in the sky. It will be higher in the sky as the night goes on. It's going to keep imaging like this throughout the night. Now, before I get too long in the tooth, I'm going to disconnect from there. I'm going to stop my share, and I'm going to thank you very much.
Oh, geez. I think that we could have kept looking at your images all night. So
Oh, well, thanks.
that's great. we, we hope to see you more often. And Ron, you are such a talented guy in astrophotography. I love that you teach people how to do this, and it's the way that you describe the sky and your images, the quality of your images. You're a man that absolutely loves this, and I get that, and I'm glad you get to do it. I don't know how often you're able to do it, but I would think that almost every clear night.
I'm out every clear night. I shouldn't say I'm out necessarily. My equipment is out every clear night.
Okay.
But a lot of the time, I have binoculars standing by all the time. So if it's nice out, I'm gonna be out. If it's cold, I may not stay out long.
Yeah.
Right. But I have a homemade 10-inch job and I have a 20-inch obsession. I'm embarrassed the 20-inch hasn't been out much. It wasn't a good summer for visual, particularly. But my 10-inch job it's set up in the driveway right now. So it's a 2-minute setup.
Awesome.
And I ground that mirror myself. That's kind of cool looking through a telescope you made yourself.
Very cool. Very cool.
Anyway, thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much. All right. All right. So thank you, Ron.
Thank you.
Weren't those images beautiful? I mean, just stunning, and if you could have been there to kind of, cross your eyes a bit at the nebula, it was so 3D looking. I hope that Ron posted up that way on his Facebook page. So, all right.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. So go to Ron's Facebook page, Ron Breacher, and check it out. So just don't let your eyes stay crossed for too long because they won't stick that way. Don't believe what your mom said.
It's actually easier to find and higher quality if you go to astrodoc.ca.
There you go. There you go. And maybe consider taking some classes from Ron so that you can get up to the level that you dream to be. So, all right. At this point, we have, I think Robert Reeves is here with us. And Robert, are you ready to come on right now, or?
Oh yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll.
Ready to rock and roll. Okay. All right. Well, as you guys know, if you've been watching Global Star Party, Robert Reeves is not only our resident moon expert, but I think he's probably a world moon expert. There's very, very few people that know the terrain as intimately as Robert does. His lunar photography is also second to none. It almost looks like it was, it looks like, like you're seeing artificially made craters and stuff. They're just in such high relief, it's just, so anyhow. Ron,
Well, I've learned the art of holding my breath while I open the spacecraft window and hang out to take a picture.
Yeah. Well, Robert, thanks, man. Let you take it from here. And thanks for coming on to Global Star Party once again.
Well, you bet. I understand the theme of this Global Star Party is discovery. So I thought I'd talk a little bit about the various stages of discovery in the moon. Now, 99, probably 99.9% of everything we know about the moon, we've learned since the early 1960s up through now. But the moon has been on the minds of mankind for centuries and centuries. But it wasn't until the Greeks started thinking about it and applying geometry and mathematics to it that the first little morsels of information the moon as a separate body were finally divined. So let me go to get my screen up here. Uh-oh, hope I don't lose you. Where are you? I've lost you. Uh-oh, I clicked the wrong thing, and now I can't find the Zoom screen anymore. Hold on while I get, okay, there I'm back. Now let me hit share before I do that, and then go to this, and we'll make it work. Okay, I think it says I am sharing. You should be seeing a picture of the moon now. Yeah, alrighty. Well, this is the same moon that we've been staring at as humanity ever since the caveman. And it's up there in the sky right now, a waxing gibbous phase, giving a little bit of combat with the photography I'm doing with a celestron origin right now. But and the moon is the moon, and it's caught our imagination for ages. So the first people who really thought about the moon as a physical body were the Greeks. Aristotle, about the 5th century BC, applied mathematics and figured out the Earth's size, distance to the moon with simple geometry by looking at the shadow of the Earth against the moon during a total lunar eclipse. So it's been about 2,500 years since these first little morsels of information were figured out. Now, fast forward to through the Dark Ages when nothing was done about anything scientific, to the Renaissance. First applied the telescope to the moon, and although he was not the first to draw the moon, there were charts of the moon drawn by naked eye about a decade ahead of him. But the first drawing of the moon through a telescope was done by Galileo. And you look at it and you wonder, well, was he looking at the moon? This just does not look familiar. But his verbal descriptions of it in his writings clearly describe the moon, mountains on the moon, valleys on the moon, craters on the moon that he described as pits like rust in metal. They didn't understand the concept of craters at the time, but he could clearly see them and see that the moon's face was not a perfectly smooth sphere like the Greek teachings said it must be. The gods must make the moon a perfect sphere. Well, it wasn't. Galileo found the moon was quite different. Fast forward just a very few years, and one of the first to try to map the moon was this fellow, very stylistically portrayed in armor, although he was really a geographer. Michael Florid van Langren, a Flemish fellow, known scientifically as Langrenus, was the first to telescopically chart the moon, and came up with a chart that vaguely resembled the moon, but all of the names on it were named after royalty and territorial regions in Europe. So the royalty in Germany didn't like the Spanish names, the French didn't like the English names, so his names did not stick. So a few years later, a Polish brewmaster, known today as Hevelius, was next to map the moon, and he applied his own names, moon map. And again, we look, we wonder, are these guys even looking at the same world we call the moon? Hevelius's first real contribution, though, a solid contribution, was recognizing the north-south libration of the moon. Thus, he presents the map of the moon as these overlapping spheres. You recognize that the moon tips up and down because of libration. Sometimes you see over the pole on the north, sometimes beyond the pole in the south. He had not yet discovered that there is also an east-west libration, which shows about an equal amount of territory around the corners of the moon. But again, his names did not have universal appeal. The names on his map, and almost all of them are gone now, or are applied to different regions of the moon. So we jump up to this fellow, Giovanni Riccioli, a Italian monk, a Jesuit monk, who studied the moon with his partner, Francesco Grimaldi, and he created the first map of the moon in 18, no, 7, I'll get it right, 1653, I think is when it was, that shows names on the moon that we use today. Now, Riccioli decided that these international names, names based after royalty, would not have universal appeal. They didn't. So he named features on the moon, the large Maria, after states of mind or weather phenomena. And those were more neutral. He named the craters after philosophers and poets and scientists. And then the names he put on the map are still there. We recognize Plato crater on his map, Copernicus crater, Tycho crater. These well-established names that we've known all of our lives took root with Riccioli's map back in 1651. But like I said, the map itself, very crude. And you'll also notice the light colors areas on the moon also have names, just as the dark regions have names that we still use today. Oceanus Procellarum on the left, Mare Serenitatis, Mare Tranquillitatis on the right-hand side. Very familiar use, but the light areas also have names, like the land of heat, the land of cold, the land of fertility. These light areas he also named, but those names went out of favor in 1830. So we no longer keep those names, but all the other names of the craters and the dark Maria are preserved. We still use them, that Riccioli put on the map almost 400 years ago. We think of Christian Huygens as the fellow who understood the Saturnian ring system, discovered the moon Titan around Saturn, but he also extensively observed the moon through those huge telescopes, those aerial telescopes of the year, and was the first to observe features like straight wall on the moon. And we did not realize that until long after his death, when some of his manuscripts were published, and discovered that he was the one who originally discovered some of these, not the later lunar observers. And to this day, we still call straight wall Huygens' sword. And if you look at straight wall, the linear dark gash through the middle of the image here, it does resemble a sword in a way. The dark shadow of straight wall is the blade. The hills at the southern end form the handled guard on the sword, and then the curved rim of the ghost crater protruding above the Mare basalt, just south of straight wall. We call that stag's horn, and it's individually, but that appears as the sword handle. And you combine all of these features together, and we have Huygens' sword, honoring his first observations of this region back in the mid-1600s. Now, the first person to apply science to mapping the moon was Tobias Meyer, German, back in the early 1700s. He put a micrometer to the telescope and produced the first map where the features were emplaced with scientific measurements. Prior to this, the maps were freehand, and the features could be significantly off base by modern standards, looking at a modern map. But Tobias Meyer produced the first map where all the features were emplaced using scientific measurements. And of course, back then, the moon was presented south up, so the globe looks a little odd. It is upside down. South is at the top. We did not abandon this south up concept with lunar maps until into the space age. It was 1961 when we inverted the moon map and put north at the top and west on the left side, just like terrestrial maps. Another German, Johann Mädler, working with Beer, the same people who extensively studied Mars. They also produced the first really good, accurate map of the moon. And in 1832, I believe, they published their map of the moon. And this holds up perfectly well today. The positioning of the features, the design of the map, the placement of them, the drawing of them is very modern. Yet this map is over almost 200 years old. So Mir and Maedler made a big jump in understanding the moon. In fact, they did such a good job of it in their book that they published about the moon that lunar studies essentially stopped for the next half century. People assumed we've learned all that we can learn about the moon. Well, this was, of course, back in the 19th century. There's always room for learning more, but at the time we were limited telescopically. Photography had not been perfected to the point where it could be applied to the moon. And of course, the space program was centuries ahead. But Beer and Maedler's map stands the test of time. You can use this map today and be perfectly comfortable navigating the face of the moon. The next leap in understanding the moon was not from an astronomer, it was from a geologist. Carl Grove Gilbert was the first head geologist of the U.S. Geological Survey. Now, back in the late 1800s, the U.S. Geological Survey was created to survey the West, the Indian lands, the frontier. But Gilbert also had an interest in other things, the geology of the moon. And one thing that caused attention was what was called Coon Butte out in Arizona. Very tall hill-looking structure, but if you rode a horse up to it and got to the top of it, it wasn't a flat mountain. It was a gigantic pit that we now know as a meteor crater. Gilbert studied this extensively, thinking that it had been created by what he called the collision of a star. Of course, today we recognize that as a asteroid strike, but he couldn't find the scientific proofs of it, and there were no other large craters on Earth to justify the thought that a cosmic collision created this. So he made the erroneous, reluctantly made the erroneous assumption that meteor crater was created by a steam explosion, a volcanic steam explosion, a feature called a MAR. But his interest in craters continued, and for 3 weeks in the late 1800s, he used the Great Equatorial Refractor at the Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C., the same telescope that Asaph Hall used to discover the moons of Mars. And he observed the moon and came to understand its geology. As a geologist, astronomers didn't have the know-how of geology to put 2 and 2 together to recognize what was happening on the face of the moon. But as a geologist, Gilbert did, and although his drawing is extremely crude, it established a very basic fact. Mare Imbrium is surrounded by radial streaks, gouges in the moon. We see them easily in a telescope today. We call them the Imbrium sculpture. Gilbert deduced that these were created by debris blasted out by an impact that created Mare Imbrium and gouged the moon in all directions away from Mare Imbrium. This was a correct assumption. And this was back in the late 1800s. Unfortunately, his writings about it were tucked away in an archive in the U.S. Geological Survey and really not discovered until the 1950s by none other than Gene Shoemaker. So the truth about the moon, how the face of the moon came about through massive impacts, was recognized by a geologist in the 1800s, but it wasn't until almost the space age that this was rediscovered. Now, one person who helped popularize that theory, apologize for the tiny picture, but I just cannot find a large picture of Ralph Baldwin. Now, Ralph Baldwin trained as an astronomer, but actually earned a living as an industrialist with the Oliver Machinery Company, the company business. And this was up near Chicago. And at the beginning of World War II, Baldwin went to hear a lecture at the Adler Planetarium in Chicago. And in the lobby, there were pictures of the moon, transparencies, backlit transparencies, and they clearly showed this Imbrium sculpture that Gilbert had described a half a century before. But Gilbert didn't know about, Baldwin didn't know about this. He independently rediscovered it, became very interested in the moon. So during World War II, not only was he working with Oliver Machinery, perfecting the proximity fuse used by the US military during World War II, and raising his two sons, he was intently studying the moon. And as soon as the war was over, he published this book, The Face of the Moon, by Ralph Baldwin. And this was the first book that got it right about the nature of the moon. Up to this time, the Bible had been the book by Carpenter and Naismith, published back in the late 1800s, the moon considered as a world and a natural satellite. And they were very pro-volcanic for everything. And that thought stuck until the space age. In fact, some of it didn't get swept away until Apollo astronauts were literally standing on the moon, looking out and seeing it, not volcanism, but debris from impacts. So that notion died hard, but Baldwin got it right. And the face of the moon was created by impacts. And this book was read by some very influential people, including Harold Urey, who went on to champion much of the early space program, and got the space program directed almost entirely toward a moon-centric program, especially after Apollo took root, when Kennedy in May of 1961 declared that we will send men to the moon and back by the end of the decade. So this book was highly, highly influential. And moving on a little further, we get into the space program. We're about to send men to the moon in Apollo, but we need to learn or figure out where to land on the moon, safe places to land on the moon. You look at the moon through a telescope, it looks like a treacherous place, but there are smooth areas. They had to be properly mapped and scouted out, and the Lunar Orbiter series of satellites did that very well in the late 1960s, prior to the Apollo landings. Now, the lunar orbiters gave us views of the moon like we had never, ever seen before. This is Copernicus crater at a slant from the side.
Jeez.
Copernicus from the Earth, we see it overhead as a round hole in the ground, but here we see the vertical depth of the walls and the central peaks, and the geology of the interior of Copernicus, something we had never, ever seen before. This was a sensation in 1966. In fact, the press called it the picture of the century. Moving, the Lunar Orbiter gave us amazing views like the Marias Hills. We see the Marias Hill telescope as this collection of bumps and look like dimples on Oceanus Procellarum. But here we see each one is an individual little shield volcano. And Lunar Orbiter helped us understand the geology and the makeup and the structure of the moon. Another picture that was fascinating when it was released, the Alpine Valley. Back in the 1960s, late 60s, most amateur telescopes were little refractors. A 4-inch reflector was average. If you had a 6-inch reflector, you were a god. You had a hefty telescope. But these would show us Alpine Valley just as this little streak gashing across the Alps mountains of the moon. We had no idea there were things like this rill running in the middle of the Alpine Valley. And professionally it was known, yes, but as amateurs, we did not have the ability to resolve it and see it. And when we saw this in Lunar Orbiter, it was really, really fascinating. But the key to Lunar Orbiter helping us understand the moon came from this image of Lunar Orbiter taken by Lunar Orbiter 4, 1968, I believe, of Mare Orientale. From Earth, Mare Orientale is bisected by the western limb of the moon. We see it at an extremely slant angle. At best, under good libration, we can see some of the Mare patch in the middle of Mare Orientale, and we see what look here as concentric impact rings. We see them as the Cordillera and Rook Mountains, just this the basalt patch of Oriental. But from Earth, we do not get the impression that these mountains
It seems that things are frozen here a bit. Let's see if Robert will come back here.
formed. Here it was obvious that it was an impact, and a massive impact at that. And such impacts create these successive rings, these impact rings, each one 1.4 times further out than the previous one. And since Oriental was the last one formed, no further huge impacts obliterated it. So it is preserved. And Lunar Orbiter let us see this and understand it and come to terms with how the face of the moon was created. Now, fast forward to the 21st century. We have another spacecraft in orbit about the moon, creating or giving us even new discoveries now. We thought we had the moon pretty figured out with Lunar Orbiter, but the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, not to be confused with Lunar Orbiter. Lunar Orbiter was 1960s. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is ongoing now, is finding things like these marvelous skylight pits on various Mare regions on the moon. And these have created an enormous amount of excitement lately because they could be the entrances to underground lava tubes, which when you get away from the polar regions on the moon, we end up in regions that have very high solar radiation. The sun beating down on these equatorial regions where these pits are. The sun can be 150 times more powerful than it is on Earth. Constant meteor impacts, radiation from the sun, not just heat, but actual ionizing radiation that will kill you, rains down on the moon unimpeded. So the thought now is in the equatorial regions, astronauts may actually build shelters in these lava tubes to escape these lunar hazards. The initial landings, of course, are going to be down at the South Pole, but once we colonize other regions of the moon, these regions are going to become very important as potential shelter. And Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter has found quite a few of these. So jump up to now. I've made mention of a number of maps and so forth that have been created over the years that have helped to understand the moon. As you put together your Christmas lists for yourself or for another fellow astronomer, please give serious thought to this book that came out last September. You notice the author up in the upper left-hand side. Yes, I am promoting Photographic Atlas of the Moon. So if you have a good degree of interest in what I've been saying about the moon, not only today, but over the past weeks when I have been on Global Star Party talking about the moon, consider getting this book, diving into it, and learning more about the moon on a grander scale. So I've appreciated your attention, and I hope you've learned a little bit more about the jumps and increments and how we've come to understand the face of the moon.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
I'll stop sharing and turn it back to you.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go. Great.
Robert, that was absolutely stunning. I really enjoyed your lecture just now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent.
Yep.
If you can accompany me, Robert, because I have a beautiful moon and live also this telescope and this camera. Maybe you can relate and talk about much better than me about the lunar surface.
No, you want me
When
to?
Scott told me, I start to show the moon.
Okay.
Hi, David. How are you?
Okay. All right. So it's the Robert and Caesar show. Okay.
Yes, yes. For me, it's so honoring because I was totally happy to listen about the history, the conception of the moon from the humanity. Well, I'll share my screen with the moon, and of course that you, Robert, can you tell me where I need to go?
Okay, well, let's bring your moon up and let's start navigating.
Okay. I am. I put a little more saturation
Here we
in
are.
the
You are.
colors. Yes.
Yeah, you are looking at on the left-hand side is Mare Serenitatis, the round, large round one on the left, and in the upper right-hand corner is Mare Crisium. Now,
Okay.
the feature that really gets my attention on the bottom shore of Mare Crisium up at the top, notice a very bright crater that has rays that go off at two different angles, to the left and to the right. This is what we call a butterfly ray pattern. And this is created by a very low oblique impact. These low oblique impacts do not scatter rays in all directions. They primarily splatter off to the sides and downrange, and none of the ray material splashes back in the direction the impactor came from. So this is called Proclus crater. It's a little under 30 kilometers in diameter, and you notice how bright it is. It looks like it's almost glowing by its own light. Proclus is very young. The material inside the crater is still crushed and very blocky and angular. It hasn't been worn down and smoothed by literally billions of years of space weathering. So it is still very reflective, and this crater is extremely bright when the sun is shining.
Yes, it is. I can see that I need to adjust sometime my gain, my camera gain, because they are going to bright so much that explode in white, bright, and it's a beautiful effect.
Well, Proclus is naturally bright. This is a very a natural view of Proclus crater.
Yeah.
I actually have a question about how young or old is this crater?
Proclus is a Copernican epoch crater, which means it is less than a billion years old. Now we can date craters as being Copernican if they have rays, because rays will fade after about 1 billion years. And the Copernican epoch began about 1 billion years ago, around the time Copernicus crater was formed. So any crater that you see with rays is less than 1 billion years old. That the moon is over 4 billion years old, well, that automatically drops it into the youngest epoch of lunar time. So Proclus is one of the younger craters on the moon. So I want to drift a little bit south and
tell me, Robert, where you need that I go.
Well, let's drift, make the moon drift to the left, and let's go down south.
Okay. North is here to the left. It's okay?
Well, we're drifting up north. Keep going in that direction. Whoops, we're going the wrong way. Yeah, keep the moon going like you're doing now. Keep going, and now Mare Serenitatis is getting closer to the middle. Hold it right there. Mare Serenitatis, the round one, that's just drifting out of the top now, but in the upper right-hand side, Mare Tranquillitatis. This is where down toward the left-hand side of it is where Apollo 11 landed.
Wow. It's incredible the difference of colors between this and this area.
The basalts within make the moon go down a little bit to show Serenitatis a little bit more.
Let me.
Yeah, make the moon drift down. in the image. Oops, wrong drift. The other way.
Okay, sorry.
We'll take a look at this region in a
Yes,
minute, but right now,
we are operating. I am the operator of the telescope, and we are people maybe 10,000
Yeah.
miles.
yeah, well, everything's backwards in the
No,
southern
you're doing
hemisphere
great.
anyway. Yeah, make that
Yes,
moon drift downward again.
yes, it's a D or a C. Yes.
Okay, a little bit more, get all of Serenitatis in the field of view. There we go. Okay, you can hold it right there. Now, Serenitatis is the round one, round Mare on the left. And yes, it is two different colors. Notice around the shoreline, distinctly darker. In the middle, much lighter. These basalts are two distinctly different compositions. The There's a distinction between titanium rich and titanium poor basalts, the chemistry of it, the minerals in it. So depending upon where they erupted from inside of the moon, at what time when the internal composition of the moon was melting, you can get these different compositions of basalt. So here on Mare Serenitatis, we see along the shoreline distinctly darker basalts than we see in the middle. So now make the moon drift upward, and you're about to come into Copernicus crater, and we'll take a look at that one. Just make the moon go upward. There we go, in that direction. Keep going, keep going. Here it comes. There it is. Okay, you can stop now. We are looking at Copernicus crater, the large reed crater in the left-hand side of the field of view, and Kepler crater down in the left. It also has a substantial ray pattern. Now the Keplerian and Copernican ray systems are so bright that you can see them as a bright spot on the moon with the naked eye during the full moon. The Copernican ray system, second largest on the moon, spans almost 1,000 kilometers. And we looked at that lunar orbiter picture of Copernicus earlier, where we're looking at it aslant across the face of the moon. Here from Earth, we look straight down in it, and we see the Copernicus crater as a classic example of what we call a complex crater. A simple crater is a small crater, bowl-shaped, but complex craters, larger, usually bigger than about 16, 20 kilometers in diameter, and have these terraced walls that crumble and tumble down into the crater, and they have a central peak. We can clearly see that here in this image of Copernicus, a classic example of a complex crater. Okay, make the moon drift to the right.
To the right.
That we're to the right, and we'll go up and visit Plato, I hope.
Sorry, sir.
The other right.
Yes.
There we go. Okay.
Maybe a little more. Yes.
Okay. Now we
Sorry,
need to. Now we okay. You're
a
good.
Little left.
Yeah, you're good. Left, right. Now we need to make the moon go down a little bit, and
here.
There, you're going the right way. Keep going, keep going. We're almost there. Plato is just sticking into the. There, here it comes. Okay, stop. You got it. You got it. We're looking at Mare Imbrium now, the Sea of Rains, and Mare Imbrium is the second largest of the lunar seas. But from Earth, it appears to be the largest. Just because of the perspective. The largest one is Procellarium, further off in the west, probably still in the shadow of the moon right now, but it's twice as big as Imbrium, but it's so far off to the corner that we really can't see it that well. It's foreshortened. So Imbrium appears as the largest, and one of the landmarks on it is Plato crater, the dark crater at the very top of the image, about 100 kilometers in diameter, absolutely floored. It looks like a paved parking lot. Looks like they went in with asphalt and paved over the crater. The interior of Plato flooded with lava that flowed up from underneath the crater and filled it from within. The dark basalt you see didn't spill over the crater walls. Instead, it came up from underneath the crater. And another one of the largest craters you're going to see on the moon is the semicircle horseshoe bay that you see on the left-hand side of Mare Imbrium. This is Sinus Iridum, the Bay of Rainbows. And this is a giant impact that carved this huge crater, almost 300 kilometers in diameter, on the western shore of Mare Imbrium. So when the lavas flooded the Imbrium Basin, they also flowed into the Sinus Iridum Basin and flooded it too. So we end up with this horseshoe bay. Let's make the moon drift upwards and see what we see along the
quick
horizon.
question before we leave.
Sure.
This region in particular, whenever I try and take pictures of the moon with my meager camera equipment, there's a feature that I think you called Thor's hammer.
Oh yeah,
and
I
below
say
it
south.
there's a feature that I would call Italy. What are those features there?
Well, just below.
Are there official names for them?
Oh yeah, there are. Just below Plato crater, which is right on the edge of the field of view, we see these little white peaks up through the dark basalt of Mare Imbrium. These are literally mountain peaks. They have names. Let me get my map up here so I won't mispronounce it. Oh yeah, yeah. Just below Plato, the straight line of the ridge is Montes Recta, the straight mountains, and just immediately to the right of it, Pico, Mounts Pico. Below it, Mounts Python, and then in that area is Thor's hammer, but it's too tiny to be resolved in this view we have right now, not enough magnification. But each one of those are mountain peaks protruding up from probably a buried basin impact ring. Remember when we were looking at Mare Oriental and during my presentation, and we saw those concentric rings around the Oriental Basin. Those rings exist within the Imbrium Basin as well, but they've been buried by basalt. So the mountain peaks, the very highest peaks, some of them protrude through the basalt, and that's what we see up here. That's what forms the Mons Pico, Mons Python, Thor's hammer, these little peaks up here.
Yeah, I use those. If I see enough detail in those peaks when I zoom in, I consider it a fairly sharp image. But
Yep.
I've always been interested in what they, now I can know what they actually are.
Yeah,
and I'm sure you've described them in past.
Yes,
yeah, you've
totally.
another good to hear. Go ahead, Cesar.
No, yeah, sorry. That another thing that we can talk about is that we are making a live video actually, and actually I took, and I'll stop to, here we can see the name of frames that I recorded in my video, and next week I can show how process this kind of videos. Now I'll stop the recording, okay, and here the program say where is in the computer recorder or in which carpet is the recorder the chip, and later you can process the video in a pictures with more appear with more details.
Yeah, detail, contrast, sharpness.
Yes, sharpness. But Robert make the best. I think that Robert have a satellite over the moon because he made the impossible in the quality of the lunar image. Well, Robert, where I go?
Okay, you're right. Well, go ahead.
Sorry.
Really quick mention. Oh, I was going to mention, Cesar, that astrophotography, sometimes we take the image and we don't know what it is we're imaging. And, really appreciate Robert staying on, because here I am talking about a particular feature on the
Yeah.
moon, and it's like I'm using it for sharpness, or the colors of the those Mare Serenitatis, or Sea of Tranquility, because I can't think of the Latin name. But I remember that one of the apods was when somebody decided to turn the saturation all the way up, and they saw some of those colors. They were sort of exaggerated colors, but apparently did they showed some of the actual some of the elements that were present were highlighted by the colors that came up. So you had rust, iron oxide, as showing as red areas, and like those places where titanium was were blue.
Okay,
And
I'm back.
here you're back, Robert. Yeah, and
Yeah.
Robert just told us what was, what's really underneath him now. It looks like Cesar, you're changing the moon color white balance, but that's
Yeah.
okay. So yeah, I like the connection between what's really there and how it formed, and so it's no longer just a simple picture. It's like we're floating over the moon, and we have, Robert's been our guide saying, well, here's what you're looking at. I
Okay, you got
think
a good,
it's
good area coming up. Stop,
fantastic.
stop moving now. You're
Yeah.
looking at um, um,
Let me put a
I,
little less gain because we are so bright here. Now. It's okay?
yeah, the image is good. Now you're looking right in the middle. The round one is Mare Humorum, the sea of humidity they call it. But the really cool feature is Gassendi crater on the upper left. Um, Notice how shallow it is, and how it appears to have a roughness to it that's not similar to other craters. Gassendi is a classic floor fractured crater. The bottom of the crater has been pushed up by volcanism, and if you had a higher magnification view of it, you would see that there's this whole network of cracks running across its floor, and gives it the name floor fractured. But it is so rough that when you look at it up close, I liken it to the appearance of an oatmeal cookie right out of the oven. So I call Gassendi my oatmeal cookie crater, because it looks like one of Grandma's oatmeal cookies right out of the oven. Now, just off to the right of um, Mare Humorum are two of the moon's most elongated craters. And they're not related to each other, but they're both elongated in the same direction. Just to the right of Mare Humorum, you see a peanut-shaped Haensel, distinctly peanut-shaped crater. And then drop down a little bit more to the right, you see cigar-shaped Schiller. Schiller is about 170 kilometers wide, but only about 50 kilometers, excuse me, long, but about 50 kilometers wide. It's about 3 times longer than it is wide, which is very unusual. No other crater on the moon like it. So it's just coincidental that the two most elongated craters on the moon are in the same field of view. Get it through high power eyepiece. And then Tycho crater drifting in at the upper right. One of the youngest big craters on the moon. By dating Apollo samples and the geology analyzed, brought back by Apollo, we determined that Tycho crater is about 108 million years old. Now 108 million is a blink of an eye in lunar geology time. That was yesterday. The dinosaurs were still roaming around on the Earth when Tycho was blasted out of the moon. And it's got the largest ray structure on the moon. Spans over 2,200 kilometers across the southern hemisphere of the moon. And one of the most unusual features of that ray structure, very clear up at the top half of this image. Notice the two parallel ray streaks that are extending almost out of the field of view at the very top. We call those the railroad tracks. They're parallel. They do not converge back in the middle of Tycho like the rays should. And why these rays are parallel and tangential to the rim of Tycho, we have no idea. I've got theories, but nothing concrete. So it's just a very unusual oddity. But the rest of the territory down along the terminator, the shadow area,
We can
well,
move a little.
I need to check my wife. I hear her. She's calling. Just a minute. I'll be right back.
Yes, no problem, no problem. I still moving this area.
This is fun.
Yes, really is fun. The most important,
It's,
yes,
go
I
ahead,
love it
Cesar.
that, yes, I love that we have the opportunity to share the moon with the people, with Robert.
Okay,
That
I may have to
really
break
help
away
us a
here.
lot.
Okay.
I may have to break away here. My wife, who has medical difficulties,
Oh, okay.
needs my assistance. So I've enjoyed talking about the moon. I didn't mean to take up your time, Caesar, but
It's an honor for me, Robert, because you enjoy us in every presentation, and for me, can bring a live moon image. It's a magic coincidence between the from the south hemisphere, the moon, and your speech that is really teaching and inspiring. And this is that we are inspiring to the people because the size of this telescope is very commercial, normal, entry level. This is the idea with this that invite to people to enjoy astronomy. This is something um, so incredible that today we can share this kind of live image and quality, and of course,
it's been fun.
Fun.
But
Totally
I must
fun.
go take care of my wife now. So it's been fun, and we'll catch
thank
up
you,
with you all
Robert.
next week.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. So
Right.
if you'd like to, Caesar, you can wrap it up, and then
Was an excellent opportunity
yeah,
to show to the people and sharing, and really it's fly over the moon with a small telescope, with a entry level camera and telescope. Very good optics, Scott, and really in the technical aspects, I consider for all people to say that choose a Maxutov telescope.
yes.
In this case, my Explore Scientific Telescope, I take one for me. Because really the final shoots of the moon, making with this kind of videos, are amazing because they are, look, that is really fun. If in my screen, I think that I have a moon of 1.5 meter diameter, because the size of this image is incredible. And it's something like really for the people, enjoy with the camera, enjoy with own cell phone, adapted to the eyepiece, or put your eyes with a 5 millimeters more or less eyepiece, focal eyepiece. You can enjoy this again and again, because the moon is every month is for us, and is for enjoy, because it's changing every time in the lunar phases, and you have a different aspects of the shadows of the craters and the colors. And while Robert was talking about this incredible aspect of colors, I move only the saturation of the camera, the contrast, and it's perfect to share and to enjoy and have fun from a balcony from the south hemisphere.
No, it's a
Yeah.
very good image. You've got a good
Thank
setup
you.
here.
Thank you very much. Yes, yes. I tried to take some pictures, some short videos, recording for make pictures later, because I think that it's an acceptable scene tonight.
Mhm.
It's okay.
Well, process up some of those videos into stills and show us next week about the improvement in the
Yes,
quality of the image when you stack them together.
totally. Yes, yes, yes. It will be excellent for me and shared with the audience. Thank you very much. I enjoy this and share this moment with the audience. Thank you very much, Scott and Robert.
Thank you. Thank
It was
you.
fun.
It was a lot of fun. That's wonderful.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I hope the audience enjoyed that. There is a question, a couple of questions directed to Robert. One of them is, can he get an autograph copy of your new book? That's from Mark Drexler.
Yeah, I'll have to contact me direct so that I have to get a copy of it. I have to actually buy it myself, sign it, and then send it to him, and then he pays me back. So that's a process I've done many times. So um, if you want to share my email address with him, that's fine with me.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Mark, you can reach me at s@explorescientific.com. Okay, and I'll be happy to get you hooked up here. Another question was, what is I wonder if the asteroid that caused Tycho killed off all the moon dinosaurs. There's no dinosaurs there, so maybe.
No, it's a mix. It's a mix.
No, I don't think there were moon dinosaurs,
You
but
don't think so?
no,
Okay, all right.
no, the Chicxulub impact was let me think about this. Well, perhaps 50 to 60 million years after the Tycho impact. So
Okay.
many a T-Rex was startled by the flash on the moon of the creation of Tycho, but the extinction event that wiped out the dinosaurs, or at least that's one of the theories right now, didn't occur until many millions of years later.
Hmm.
I'll share a little more of the moon because it's more interested than my image in the global star party.
Okay, and another question, Robert.
Yeah.
What lunar mysteries do you hope to see resolved in our lifetime?
Mysteries. We don't have very many mysteries left, except to establish yes or no. Is lunar ice a usable resource that will allow us to colonize the moon? Is it transporting water from Earth? Very expensive. If we can get it on the moon and use that resource to break it down into hydrogen and oxygen to create rocket fuel, we have a means of expanding our reach into the solar system. So is this ice real? Is it in sufficient quantities to be extracted and utilized? So I think that's one of the major mysteries right now related to the manned exploration of the moon. As far as the moon itself, there's little minor mysteries like what created Rainer Gamma, the mysterious tadpole over on Oceanus Procellarum. It's not a indentation nor a mountain. It's just a albedo feature. It just has a different color, and we think it is because of regional magnetic fields. Yet the moon does not have a magnetic field of its own. So a little regional mysteries like that we're going to be solving fairly soon, I hope, because some folks I know over at Southwest Research here in San Antonio are building the instruments that are going to be landed on the moon to study these features. So we're chipping away at it little by little.
Wonderful. Well, I think these next landings on the moon will teach us a lot. So that's great. Okay, so I think at this point we will move to Adrian Bradley. He's there patiently waiting. Cesar, thank you very much for that great view
Thank
of the
you to
moon.
you
Thank
and the
you.
audience and Robert especially
And
because
Robert,
was
yep, thank you
was
It
for
was
that
fun.
time.
a luxury
That was
speaker for my presentation because it's the best way to share the things and very interesting things that you told about. You know a lot about this, about
My
the moon.
pleasure.
My pleasure too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
so.
we are
I don't
going.
know how I'd be able to top that one, but I will say, Cesar, the irony in the image of the moon that you presented is that that's how the moon appears to us in the northern hemisphere. You were going up, it's looking upside down to you
Yes.
in the southern hemisphere, but that's how we see it in the northern hemisphere. So those of us in the northern hemisphere were just looking at it like, oh, it's just the moon. He's
Yeah.
going there, it's down south, he's going north. But to you, Tycho is the northern part,
Yes.
or
And of
southern,
course,
but it's top and not bottom.
totally. But you know, you have all about the all through the telescope. If you rotate the camera 180 degrees, it's the same.
Then it's
It's the
direct
same.
on. It's as you see it.
Yeah.
That's
we
right.
we
So
resolve fastly. But you know, I
you can
remember.
resolve it if you have to.
Yes, yes. You can see my you can't imagine my face when I start to see the sky in Atlanta, Georgia, in my first star party in the United States, and you know that if Orion upside, but in the
Yes,
real
upside. For
yes, not upside.
I
You
know what
in
where
the
you're
north
going.
hemisphere is
Yeah,
okay because they have the
we
arm.
call them. Yeah, the arm is up like this, and you can't see it because I decided to use virtual background. But
Totally.
yeah,
Uh,
I know exactly what you're saying.
if you come
Well, let's
here and
see.
say, why, where are the the stars? The opposite situation is magic. It's crazy.
Right. All right. So this is my first time working with my MacBook, and I am going to share my screen. Can everyone see it?
We see your desktop, it looks like.
Okay. Are you seeing a picture
The
of a white
stadium.
disc, the moon, the
Yeah.
stadium? Yep, that's Yankee Stadium in 2017. And what I decided to do, and as usual, I'm always chasing dark skies and chasing things. The theme was discovery. I see my good friend David is still here, and there had to be lots of great presentations, which I could go back and view. So what I decided I would do is essentially talk about discovery with images that I've taken, and I've added a few images, some good, some bad, and some surprises. Starting with this one in Yankee Stadium because my Yankees lost to the Dodgers in the World Series. This was from 2017, and there I saw the moon rising over right field, the rafter, and I took my iPhone and tried to capture it. So I've been trying to capture moon pictures since 2017, and only once I got to using, a larger sensor camera and a larger lens was I able to get any features. But for a lot of people, this was it. We just went through a great series of discovery about all of the things that are on this moon, but yet if you try and take a picture of it with the wrong equipment, all you get is this overblown white disc. And I thought it was really interesting because this is a historic look to Yankee Stadium over the years. They combined it with the lights, and so the frieze looks like this. The old frieze was just this kind of this bridge looking area. But we're here to talk astronomy and not Yankee Stadium. So I've talked about this before, the chance meteor that I saw, where right after I saw one go just under the Cygnus region, I turned my camera back towards the core, took a picture, did not see this meteor personally, but saw that it was captured on, I'll say on film, even though it's digital. First time I went after a daytime comet was Comet Neowise. And it was worth seeing this both naked eye and getting it in binoculars and a picture. And it looks really similar to there's a similarity, I think, to the comet that we, Shan, that we just got done seeing. Because of the timing of Comet Neowise, we were able to take pictures like this. The pictures were open to a lot more than the few astrophotographers that were able to just barely catch great pictures of Comet Shan. It was a little easier to get Neowise, and just about everyone could take the picture. But I took this image also reminding me of Comet Hale-Bopp and how beautiful it looked. I happened to be in a plane one time and I saw the tail stretch across the entire length of the sky. I seem to remember Orion being a part of that picture too. So Comet Hale-Bopp, Comet Neowise, and Shan Atlas. Of course, there were some others. So this was the first time that I realized what light pillars look like. Not aurora, but it has to be cold. It has to be a certain condition. This is where man-made lights are refracted up into the sky like this. So you've got lights from a distant town, and whatever color they are, that's the color of light that ends up being refracted by ice crystals. So it's cold. I was standing on a frozen pond here and shooting across towards the town, and you've got Orion and friends as sort of a topper for this image. First time, those of us that have seen the Milky Way naked eye and seen detail in it, of course, this image, hey, you look at this. This is just a rough clearing in a forest in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. I saw most of this. Now, when I took a minute-long exposure, this is the first time I was able to start getting details of the dust lane that creates that bulge that surrounds the galactic core. Of course, the galactic core is around here, the supermassive black hole at our galaxy center runs roughly about here, this area. This region is the sweeps region where there was a survey done for exoplanets. Notice it's bright. It's free of a lot of the dust, the rifts and the debris that come when it comes to the center of the galaxy. It's a rare area and a chance to peer into the busyness of the galaxy center, our galaxy center. So here we've got some aurora by this tower. I don't mind imaging in cold weather. I was there to image the Milky Way and this aurora came out, so I captured some of it. And it was the first time since about 2003 and the first time I was able to capture pictures of it. And it was in the distance. So this is the best that I thought Michigan could produce for aurora. Boy, was I wrong. But we'll get to that later. First time seeing the zodiacal light. This was the spring zodiacal light. Here's Orion, Taurus, Pleiades. Then let's see, yeah, that would be the Andromeda galaxy. Oh, yeah, I think that's the way the way that I did this image. Because I would say that that's a double cluster. So wide field image for sure, because I've got an Andromeda over here, and then you've got Orion. And now I see how I did it. The Milky Way is, as Orion sets, this part of the Milky Way is up top. So you've got the Cassiopeia region here. or off, maybe just a little off screen. Perseus, there's a double cluster, and then there's this is I think this is the Malat 120, and then you get into this region here where Orion is. But first time seeing the zodiacal light. Second time seeing the zodiacal light and realizing just how much more we could see with this part of the winter Milky Way in Orion. This was rising, and I have a caption here. I haven't signed an image like this in a while, just because the captions, the metadata keeps all of your information, and you'd have to do some tips and tricks to remove that from your image. But here you've got the beehive. Seeing and a lot of this I saw naked eye. Now I use a modified camera, so Barnard's loop and all of these HA regions here you may not see, but just about everything else is visible, including the zodiacal light. So another early picture, and from that same first time I saw sky glow. This would be back in 2021, and the first time I saw the brightness of the Cygnus region. From Michigan, this region is not that bright, and even with the cloud cover, it was an amazing sight, and it's one that I would continue to try and capture. Even today, I try and capture that region of the Milky Way whenever I'm in Kenton or Black Mesa. So I discovered, let's see if I might be able to zoom in. So I discovered that this little thing, the cat's paw, was reachable. There it goes. This was actually reachable from our area to the north. This is this is Lake Hudson in Michigan. It's the southern part. It's not as dark as some of those other regions I showed, yet with a 2-minute exposure, you can still get detail like this. Check out the lagoon and look at the little triffid right here. You can see some of the shape of that. And there's the Messier 22. So there's the butterfly. So this was one of the first images where I got the focus right. It was hazy, so we lost some of the detail here. These dark nebula here, but you can still see the dark horse or the crazy horse, they call it. This was one of my first kind of deep images of what our galactic core looks like. And so let's jump through here. Getting Earthshine. This was one of the first times I managed to get Earthshine. Now, we just talked about some of these regions on the moon. We can see Tycho here. We can see Copernicus here. I believe this is Aristarchus. And I can't see some of the other regions that we just discussed, but with good Earthshine, it's possible to expose those regions. Now, the tough part is, you expose for the Earthshine region and you blow out the region that's lit by the sun. So there would be more to do. This was just another discovery that there can be so much sky glow that it can cover, it can cover the sky. Now there are clouds here too. And then there's dark clouds, but a lot of what was in this sky is real. This looks like I just sort of painted things, but it was real, and it was a bit of a surprise. Now behind me was also real aurora. I ended up not including that image, but maybe I will in a future version of this. But turning around, there's aurora. So this is an important discovery because it's me reenacting the first time I viewed the Milky Way naked eye. I didn't see any of this. I pretty sure I saw a plane, and it probably wasn't this plane. But this is what started it all, is me coming out and just looking for it. And even with all of this light glow of myelin in the distance, I was able to see just a faint, what we would call a milk river. I couldn't see any shape. I saw Sagittarius, and my interest was piqued from that point on. So this was a recreation of that moment. I discovered I could do a wedding photo with Aurora in it. My good friend Brian's daughter and her new husband, and there was Aurora that night. And so I did a composite with them both. This was wanting, I think there are even meteors here. This is where the Big Dipper is, Ursa Major. This was one of those where, wouldn't it be great if we could get you two together? Everything just sort of lined up. And I did what I could, and I ended up with this photo, which I still think the couple has to this day. This represents dusk, seeing the Milky Way at dusk for the first time. Dusk meaning nautical twilight, about the middle of nautical twilight. And that's something, if you're at a dark area, the Milky Way comes out during nautical twilight. You don't have to wait until it's completely dark. If you're waiting until it's completely dark, your area may not be as dark as it gets. This was, could I get fall tree colors in the Milky Way? My priest, to his past, this is his property. Back when he was alive, I did some imaging on his property, and the sky was transparent that night. Can I get the moon while it's lunar eclipsed and a bunch of stars? Can I get a star field behind it? This happens to be Uranus, although the color does not show up very well here. It was kind of blown out in the exposure time, but there you go. I was able to get the moon
Nice.
hanging in the night sky with all the stars while it was eclipsed. Of course, a lunar eclipse. And that turned out to be the planet Uranus. Here you have clouds. You have the moon, but it was when when Mars passed behind it, or I should say, it passed in front of Mars. And there's Mars. This was taken with a 600 millimeter camera lens, and my Sony Alpha 7 R4. And I was able to get that tiny little planet of Mars to show up coming out from behind the moon. That's something that a lot of real good telescope photography, photography using a telescope can do, but I was just happy to get anything at all with just my camera, considering how cloudy it was that night. So I didn't miss the occultation. Here you've got, this looks like another one of these ordinary images that I do. You know, Milky Way's rising above. This is Saginaw Bay. What I remember about this is I looked at this and saw a lot of this color and structure and thought, wow, I'm seeing a whole lot for a region that it's not supposed to be as dark as it is west of the Mississippi. This is when I realized the longer you study the night sky, the more you may end up seeing than you realize. It's like you get used to, you start to recognize things in the sky, even if it's not as dark. And with this image, here we have Sharpless, believe it's 127, this region in Ophiuchus started to come out. And you can see this color here. I believe that's a little meteor that showed up. Meteors show up in all the images now. And so I haven't seen one quite as bright as that first one. All right, so let's we'll keep pushing through. Rainbows at night. This
Oh,
did
that's
not
cool.
see any of this color, but you had a moon about the size of tonight's moon casting over Lake Huron, and this bow at sea, and here's a
That's beautiful.
ship. Yeah, and it was a surprise. I looked at it and said, wow, that's a bow at night. I believe this was the start of another one. If you look here,
Mm-hmm.
maybe the second one. It just barely sees some color here.
Yeah.
So it surprised me because the moon wasn't even fully full. And I didn't have any tracking. That's why you see the stars shaped the way they are, but I was still happy with what I got.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, the bow wants to do that.
There's a
So a
question
few
here,
more
Adrian.
yes.
Wayne
Go ahead.
Yoshida is watching on Facebook. He wants to know what kind of equipment you're using to capture these images.
So a lot of what you're seeing there is being done with a Sony A7R4, and these lenses, this lens would have been, I would have to look up the information really quick for, that's not where I want to look. Information. So this was an EOS 6D. I used two cameras, Canon EOS 6D, 16 millimeter, 16 to 35, f2.8. This one was the 30-second image right here because I wanted to capture the Milky Way coming out of this giant storm cloud. Overexpose the ground a little bit, but you can see the lightning here. That image that we were just, so it looks like I used my 6D again for this one. So must have, it's modified for Astro, so I must have modified the white balance for it. And that 60-second exposure. Same thing here. This is my primary nighttime camera. And here we go. Sony ILCE7RM4 is the A7R4 that I use to handhold this moon picture. And that's what I did when I wanted to capture the occultation of Mars. So those are my two main cameras that I use. I put them on tripods, or sometimes if it's the moon, I try and handhold it. 600 millimeter lens for close-ups. I have a 24 millimeter f1.4 that I like to use with that Sony if that's what I use for images. But if I'm using a Canon, most of the time it's a 16 to 35 millimeter f2.8. Here, and I'll leave this on the screen so you can see some of the settings. This discovery wasn't such a good one. That's the city of Cleveland. And here you've got Orion. You've got something streaking through. And this is pointing at Orion, but it's also, the backdrop is giant city of Cleveland. This was my discovery about how badly light glow can affect a night sky. This represents any time I've seen a total solar eclipse, which is 2 times. And you can see the settings that I used to capture this moment. I think right as we're at totality, you can still see some of the ridges in the moon here. And you see the prominences off of the sun and the corona coming out. This discovery here was the A7R4, my 24 millimeter lens that I talked about, wide open with 3 seconds. This was right on top of me, and this is the auroral picture to end all of my auroral pictures, because I thought someone was shining a flashlight on me, and I'm saying, please stop shining that flashlight because I need to take aurora pictures. I looked up, the light was coming from this curtain display. Now, you see curtains, and I'll have a picture of a curtain that, yeah, this is what you're used to seeing for curtains.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Away. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
And this was maybe 4 hours into the display too.
Yeah.
Over Lake Huron.
That's really great.
Imagine this is what it looks like when you're underneath one of those curtains, when it's directly on top of you. So it's beautiful to look out, but like if you're underneath this curtain, that, and that is, I believe that's a view that Iceland, Alaska, you know, all these northern climes promises that you see something like this. We saw it in Lambton Shores, Ontario, which is actually south of the Thumb of Michigan region. This was May 10th when, you know, a lot of people saw a brilliant display of aurora. we talked about Meteor Crater. I wanted to show my picture of it for Robert if he's still watching. He talked about seeing Meteor Crater, and this was a panorama of me seeing Meteor Crater for the first time.
Yeah.
And so, it's a beautiful place. And I was able to see a picture of our beloved David with the shoemakers, Carolyn and Eugene Shoemaker. There's a picture in the gift shop and museum that
Mhm.
is next to this crater. And so it was very nice to see that picture when they were here. So this crude picture is my first attempt at Omega Centauri. I had crude equipment, but I ended up in Tombstone, Arizona, and I got my chance to image in the blotch down here is Omega Centauri. Here's David's picture that started it all. I always add to it. Smoke was rising, and he focused on the Southern Cross. He showed the image in one of his presentations at the University of Michigan, and it so inspired me to go catch starlight that I've taken all of the pictures you've seen with starlight in them are because of this one that David kindly shared, and I
That's great.
remember it because both David, Wendy was with us when you shared this photo. It came from the both of you.
Hmm.
This is the first time I've seen a SAR. I tried to put together a
Look at
panorama.
this. Now,
Yeah,
is this
stable aurora. Go ahead.
is this a two different images mixed together, or
Yes,
it is? Okay. And
it's
the
a
shot that you
panorama.
had of the Milky Way and the thunderstorm earlier, was that also a mixed image, or was that one shot?
No, that was a single image. That's what made that so
Wow.
special.
Okay.
That was a
Yeah,
single 30-second image.
that's pretty cool.
And yeah, that you don't see those two together. This part of the Milky Way um was edging out of that storm. And I see I've got a few more to go, but it's it's back here. Where'd it go? I lost it. There. Yeah, this was a single image. Friends of mine were watching the lightning
Yeah, that's
go, and
amazing.
I was realizing at this very moment, I said, ooh. So I've taken more images of this with the Milky Way fully out of this cloud. This one, it has a little bit of there's a big bolt of lightning that I ended up capturing as a part of it.
Yeah,
More of the storm is here, and it just sort of reveals all of the stars behind it, and it reveals the galactic core right here. And
that's
in
really
the end,
cool.
I just think that was one of the more beautiful images.
And that's what
So
the audience thinks.
second time I imaged the comet. There's that thin crescent. Alan Dyer wanted this shot in the clouds, denied it to him. I ended up being able to get it. There's that thin crescent, and there's Comet Suchinsant when it was a morning comet. So the second time I imaged the comet in the morning.
Hmm.
And meanwhile, on Capulin, there's both a good and a bad discovery. One, the second bright meteor came through this image, and I was able to include it. You see the peaks of the volcanoes. We're on the side of the Capulin volcano. Kelly Ricks, who has been in Global Star Party as well. But this was not a very good discovery. This torchlight here is
Oh
real.
yeah, going
This
straight
town
up
of
at the sky.
Capulin is, yeah, and the town of Capulin is just glowing with a lot of light. And both Kelly and I were a little disappointed. Even this tower here, this is a cell tower.
Yeah,
So even in a dark place like Capulin, New Mexico, there are sources of light, that show the signs of a civilization threatening to, mar the night sky a bit. Is it dark? Yes. by all means still dark, but by other, there's signs that we need to
Yeah,
maybe
that's
make sure
definitely a
we
problem.
regulate it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think I sent you the image that you sent it to Kelly, I think, with your support for
Hmm.
wanting to regulate this, Scott. And I've got another
Sometimes,
image. This is can't.
sometimes it can just take writing a letter to the right person, I mean, directly. Um, there was a once upon a time that the Discovery Channel network, I'm talking about the network guys, they were building a
Mm-hmm.
new building, um, and their new building was going to have a light that was going to aim straight up and could be seen from space. Okay. Is like a monument to this media empire,
So
the Discovery Channel.
that's
And I
like
wrote a
this, but
letter.
even brighter.
I wrote a letter to John Hendricks, who was the founder of Discovery Channel, and I put it in a next
Uh-huh.
day air envelope. Okay. So I knew, a lot of
Uh-huh.
times when you send something next day air, the top guy, it's addressed to him, or her, they
Yeah.
have,
Top guy
they're
will
going to
look at it.
open it, right? Or their private
Mhm.
secretary is going to open it and show it to
Yeah.
them. And basically I said, look, you're the Discovery Channel. And I knew that John Hendricks was an amateur astronomer as well. And I said, you can't be known for having something that's destroying, doing light pollution like this and destroying the night sky. And they got
That
back with the
project.
architect and killed that whole, bright
So
light
it is
scenario
possible.
just off of one letter, so
Yeah.
I thought that was great. So, don't think there isn't anything you can do about things, you know?
Yeah, because this light, it's great to be able to have cell service in a remote area like this, but this bright red light, here I am standing there in just about total darkness, and I
Yeah.
open up on the Cygnus region here, but this bright light, I mean, this is visible from the Okie-Tech. The Okie-Tech Star Party is behind, like down in here, and you see there's another light where
Mhm.
cars are coming out.
That's right.
That's where the Okie-Tech Star Party is, and this
Okay.
is bright. Now this area, and we'll go ahead and move. These are Allosaurus tracks, and you see the Allosaurus
Oh
was
yeah,
veering
that
this
is
way.
cool.
This
Look at
area,
that.
combining two of my loves, love of dinosaurs and love of night sky, and I had to do it at a low angle to get an equal amount of both. And I did brighten this a bit, so there's a little bit of overexposure on this mesa back here, but I'll take it because there's even some sky glow here. I'd love to come back and take a longer image of the ground, the sky, and really get details of both. This is a stacked image of about 40 10-second images here. And the creek bed was still full of water behind me. It had just drained enough so that these tracks were visible again. And I was fortunate enough to see them. And I'd been dreaming of this shot for 2 years since I first saw these petrified tracks. I looked them up to find out what animal had left them in. That's when I found out it was an Allosaurus. The points are aimed in this direction. You don't see them very well here, but they are aimed so that the animal would have been running and veering, which suggests to me that it saw something that got its attention and heading in that direction, and it turned. So it may have been turning after prey. It may have been stalking and, on the attack when this happened. Anything that causes an animal to veer onto a different course. So, it's interesting and it's very dark because unlike that last image where you can see signs of human existence, in this little ravine, this little creek, you do not see any sign of human existence. the mesas are too tall. All human light is blocked. Anything, any semblance. The only thing you have is your car, which is you pull into this area and you park over here. Everything else, it's all nature. So Scott, let me zoom through these Milky Way and more Aurora. This was
Okay.
the first time I actually got it to work over one of my favorite trees in this Bridgewater County, which is just a rural area. The aurora was pulsing here. Wasn't as colorful as May 10th, but it was still quite a sight. And then finally, on my 53rd birthday, which was November 8th, I decided I'd go ahead and take a picture of the face of the sun right around the time my mom says I was born, around 9:37 Nashville time. So at 9:37 Nashville time, I fired away with a white light filter, and this is what the sun looked like at the moment. 53 years around it. 53 years around the sun, and this was the face that shone towards me when I made it that far. So
Happy birthday, Adrian.
I used it.
Yeah, happy
Thank
birthday.
you. Yep, I used it to mark the moment that I had completed my 53rd trip around the sun on Earth, and wanted to know what was facing me from that sun, and this is it. So
happy round to the
with this, I
sun,
think
to the sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's what it was when I got around the sun 53rd time. This is
50,
what it looked like
53,
facing.
53.
Yes.
Ah, you are younger
53.
than me. Yes. Yeah. We are young.
I'm younger than all the
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
I'm 57.
this
Actually.
hobby.
57 years old.
You both are
Okay, so
youngsters.
4 years
Yep.
my senior. That's
Ah,
what I hear
you,
that all the time. We're
brother, you
all
looks like
youngsters.
younger than us.
Well, I do the best I can to keep just feeling young, doing things, discovering things. There's always something to discover in the night sky, or sometimes even the daytime sky. It's, when we tell folks, I think when we tell people to keep looking up, we have to mean it. We have to say, yeah, because you never know what will come streaking across the sky or what you might capture when you're imaging. And these things, they draw us back again and again. Even if we've taken 5 million images of something, we've got 5 million more to try and experience. And hopefully my dear friend David is able to hear and enjoyed seeing some of those images, even if for a second or third time. The love of the night sky really left an impression on me a long time back in 2017, maybe 2017, kind of around the time I took that picture at Yankee Stadium, or maybe it was earlier. I'll have to look at that. I think that there's a picture of me, and I need to put it in one of these archives, but I have a picture of us, David, when I did the yeah, I don't think I can show it now because I don't know, maybe you know what? Let's I'm not sharing, but I'm gonna look. And I think I have a when I first, yes. I'm gonna share a picture, and I don't know if my dear David will ever remember this picture, but let's share my screen one more time. Desktop. So, do you remember this photo? You probably
Yeah,
don't.
yes, I do. I
You do
absolutely
remember.
do.
Excellent. Here I was, a young lowbrow astronomer with there's Charlie, and I forget the gentleman behind me, who
Peter
I think he
Jadeke.
either was,
That's Peter Jadeke.
yes,
Mhm.
Peter Jadeke was there. This was Saturday morning physics at the University of Michigan.
There you go.
And you were there and you made this wonderful presentation. And that is when you shared that image that I talked about, where it inspired me to do night sky photography. And I was this was just me going, I should probably capture the moment. And I was glad that I did. I also first met Brother Guy Consolmagno when I was there. So this was a very nice Saturday morning physics. And I took many photos. See what else.
Mhm. Yeah,
This is
Brother
Bob
Guy
Trimbley.
has agreed to come on to our program this winter. So
Excellent.
yeah,
Excellent. I look forward to that.
yeah, me too.
I will
Me too.
reintroduce myself to him. So some of the lowbrows here, Jack Brisbane talking to, and you gave me his name. It slipped my mind again. But this was Saturday morning physics in 2017. So
That
that's
was a
when
good
everything. Yep. And then here I am. I actually believe, well, I may have been less heavy back then. And I remember this particular it is here you have a couple of I think Jesuits. I remember his talk on galaxies. What did your galaxy have for dinner? It was a very insightful talk about
That other guy looks like Paul
the
Gaber
halos.
on your, I think that's Paul Gaber from the Vatican
Okay.
Observatory in
Yeah,
Arizona.
it
Yeah.
would be. Yeah, the Vatican Observatory, the members came to visit us.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was and Bob Trimbley, who's now the so this particular picture, there's a little bit of bittersweetness here because this is Bob Trimbley, he's a member of the Vatican Observatory. He's now the president of the Warren Astronomical Society.
Huh?
This is John Coslin. We lost John Coslin
Oh.
maybe I think that same year. Later in the year, we ended up losing John Coslin, and
Uh-huh.
I take the picture, and he happens to have his eyes closed. I don't think it was foreshadowing anything. It was just he went to afternoon physics so often. We'd go to his house to observe. He had
Mm-hmm.
a reasonably dark sky, and we'd observe there. And somewhere around here, I think there's pictures. So this was, oh, and I did include the picture. So this was the picture, and I've shown it. And that was the day I saw this picture and said, I want to capture starlight. And so later on in life I would have that opportunity. And so it was 2017 to now, that desire still hasn't gone anywhere. So, and you have the picture that I chose for my background. Um, I don't consider any of my pictures better than others so much as marking moments where I saw something that I thought was amazing and just wanted to capture it the best way that I could. You might be seeing some of those. There will be a February issue of Astronomy Magazine in which I talk about treasures of the Milky Way, different things you can image from all different kinds of imaging, from wide angle to viewing it through Cesar's telescope, to viewing it through a bigger telescope, viewing it if you're going to do serious astrophotography, deep space objects. What deep space objects might you want to go after that are off of the beaten path? And then what off beaten path objects might you want to get in this region? And it's this region of the Milky Way behind me. There's this region, this HA region in Ophiuchus that's difficult to get. I don't have it here. There's another at a certain time that the Cat's Paw Nebula rises. I think I included that. There's an object, Drechsler 29, which is a fairly new object that a friend of mine, an astrophotographer, Carl Burton Jr., you won't know his name, but he imaged it, and we submitted it to be in this article in February. So that's coming out, and we're working on some images. My experience with aurora hunting, or not aurora hunting, Cesar, because the aurora keeps coming on top of me, and I just try and capture it. So,
Yeah,
if you I've been fortunate enough to see the aurora a number of times. So,
but
the excitement about the chase just isn't there anymore.
yes, and
So,
you have the art of the landscapes and Milky Way, but your pictures of big field of view with nebulas are amazing too. This is you manage so well the uh, the pictures of landscaping, nebulas in big field of view that I really enjoy, and invite to the people to see your social networks where you show the high resolution image of Adrian, because they are totally amazing. Because sometimes in our in a global third party, the resolution is not so detailed.
right.
But I really, when I have the opportunity to see your pictures um, uh, uh, um, in social in your social networks, or Flick, or I don't remember how many different places were, and I astonishing me again and say, wow,
Yeah.
the something that you told about the 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 picture where you have this floor like foot of dinosaurs on the Milky Way,
Oh, yeah.
or today that we told about the time of the craters that they came from the time of dinosaurs. I remember
Yes.
the HP Lovecraft, that when I wrote the book of, I don't remember the book where they say, is Lovecraft said something like the so dramatic, but it describes so well, not the maybe in the time of Lovecraft, the people thought in the biblical times of maybe 5,000 years, talking about one had. Well, unfortunately today people think in Bible
Yeah,
time,
it's
but
yeah, everything is 5,000, 6,000 years old. And
yeah,
we go through that,
sure.
but we don't,
But he
yeah,
describes
go ahead,
something
Cesar, because
so
I
so.
know
I
you're
sorry,
saying.
sorry. So,
That's
sorry,
all
but
fine.
by talking in
Oh,
English
you,
to me. But he described in a moment talking about a monster that came from the deepest, the deepest abysm that you can imagine in the time, to describe millions and millions of years, because I took the of course that I wrote this in Spanish, but I trying to translate, but because maybe they described this part of the book talking about this kind of creatures came from the the abysm, from the eternities, from something that only you can describe watching the sky and the foot of dinosaurs together, or the this lonely
yeah,
in the moon with a crater that you say this is still there,
yeah,
but
still
is
there
from
after what, so 155 million years. I basically, it's like stepping back in time. Looking at this photo takes me back to standing there, and it, if I wasn't as concerned with the dark, I may have given it more realization. I've just gone back 155 million years if I imagine in my mind's eye when those tracks would have been created.
yeah,
The allosaur would have come from over there and it would have run over me, or it might have stopped to look at me and decided if it wants to eat me. And then it goes, if I were to walk to where you see the tracks turn, it would veer right towards me. It's like the imagination could put you back, and would the sky would look very, very similar if it were
yeah,
nighttime.
Oh, yeah.
It's like you're looking almost at the same sky. It doesn't, 155 million years, some stars may be in a slightly different location, but
Yeah,
by and
slightly.
large, the
yes.
sky, it'd be slightly. So,
No, no,
your Milky Way, that Milky Way looks just like that with an allosaur running 155 million years ago. So it's like it connects you with past time periods when you go to places like this.
yes,
So many, and I'll mention so many images we take of the Milky Way, us that, do a lot of Milky Way photography. There's bright lights not far from us. There's a sign that there are human beings on the planet in almost all of our images. The distant lighting shows, okay, that's the light of a town. Um, really, when you take a picture, if you go to some place that's really dark and you take a picture, you're taking a picture of something that may have looked that way for quite a long time. And especially out west, out in
the
these mesas.
photon that came flying by the space from
Yeah,
millions and millions of years, and sometimes took in your
yeah,
retina, in your yeah,
right into
cono
the
or
retina.
baston, yes,
And
inside
the moment
you.
I stood there, this allosaur that you can't see the tracks because of where I'm sitting.
Yeah,
Um, but this allosaur, that photon left when it ran, and that photon that left part of the Milky Way or something out here hit me square in the eye by the time it reached this location. And that's an awesome way to look at it. It's like the photon itself is the bridge between me standing there looking up at the sky over petrified footprints
yeah,
and the animal that created, the animal that created the footprints. And that's when you describe it like that, it really, I think it really does pull people in. And
yeah.
I've
It,
I've mentioned, you mentioned seeing a galaxy, and you say, that galaxy is so many millions of light years away, and when the photon left so many millions of years ago, and you, just by you looking in this telescope, your eyes became the final resting place of that photon. And
yes,
it
it's
people
it
that want to be cool about it go, oh wow, that's,
yes, and
the significance of that really hits them.
totally. And this is something that we need to tell to the kids, to our students. It's something that teachers need to talk and say to the people, to their students, especially, or
I
parents
agree.
to their kids, because in the time of we are or Scott, that we are in the telescope industry sales, and in the time of smart telescopes, we need to repeat again that it's not easy. It's really something like a gift, living the time where the technology can bring us all the for example, a bright Milky Way in a picture, or the moon as we watched tonight, uh, where in the past this was
Yeah,
was totally impossible, but only 50 years
Absolutely.
ago. When you born, or me, when we born in the 60s, we yes, the man goes to the moon, but for the normal people, take their own image of the moon, was only to see something in your books. Maybe the quality of this picture are not so detailed like Robert Reeves' books, for
With
example.
detail.
Only 50
Right.
years ago, maybe so big detailed pictures was only for the NASA, um, taking pictures with a very big telescope, working a lot, because in the analogic picture you couldn't have the fastly process that we have in digital image.
Yeah.
Really, we talk, maybe in English is the same. We live on shoulder of giants.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Thank
is the
you.
same.
I don't know we was translated the idea, but
Yeah.
really, I'm feel so grateful that live in this time, because it's amazing. It's amazing to make this, or your pictures when you're when the auroras, the nebulas,
When they happen.
really, of course, that you know how make this, but we have the tools, and we have the opportunity to use it in the right directions. The opportunity to teach to kids, students,
Oh, absolutely.
uh, well,
Yeah.
you are a lecturer, a professor, and this is great, because I know that you all time are. Um, I'm really happy that people that like you, that you're a professor, you can give this every time to your students. This is great.
Yeah, I know Ron Brecker was on earlier, and he does the same thing with his images. We try and teach through the images, as opposed to, the tendency sometimes, Cesar, Scott, David, is a beautiful image will get made. The image will be mentioned like, yeah, this is the Pac-Man Nebula. And then they spend so much time talking about how it was made. I know there was a question tonight about what did I use to pick up these images? And there's nothing wrong with asking that question, because if you've got similar equipment and you're like, I want to get an image like that, you know that you can. But to me, the turning point was, I need to try and shoot with a purpose. So when you saw those settings that I left there in some of those images, and sometimes the settings do or don't work. But like you're saying, Cesar, we try and teach, well, what's the significance of this thing that's in my photo? The significance isn't just, well, it's a pretty picture. The significance is, this was an awe-inspiring moment where I took this photo and said, I just I just stood somewhere that, you know, looks roughly, does it look the way it did 155 million years ago? A lot of this is probably not there. I don't know if the Mesa would look the exact the same, but you're uncovering, evidence that an animal had been here a long, long time ago, and that sky looking very similar. It's like you and the animal essentially saw the same thing. And like you were saying, teaching, it's important to talk about what's in the photos. The moon, if you had Robert Reeves' voice, I was
Yes.
thinking, if you had Robert Reeves' voice telling you what you were looking at, if you had your own sea star, your own moon, you're looking at the moon through images, and you say, what am I looking at? Or, some
No,
sort of pattern.
yes.
And Robert
Totally.
Reeves' voice comes on and says, this is, Mare Chrism, I think, is one of the Mares. Mare Imbrium. You
Hi,
have
Robert.
you have your voice, Robert, telling them what they're looking at. I mean, it would be an awesome addendum to, having one of these instruments, these smart telescopes, looking at the moon. They're hitting a button to say, I want to look at this region, and they're your voices telling them this is what you're looking at. And
Yeah,
that would be an awesome. So now you're using the technology to teach, and you're not just, look at this close up of
Robert
the
Reeves
moon.
is the David Attenborough of the moon.
yes. I thought the
Yeah,
same, Scott. I thought the same.
absolutely.
I was talking to David.
He is David Attenborough of the moon.
Yes, yes. No, for me, thank
Yeah,
you, Robert.
that
I'm sorry that we keep. Adrian told the same in the that that we keep more time. I'm sorry, me too, because was something so surprisingly, because I thought in 1 second and say I need to say to Robert because it's infinitely much better than me to explain the things in the moon. I'm only a technician that I like move my telescope, but the information, the knowledge that you bring us about, for example, the color I put, I thought in the say, okay, I need to put the most saturation of colors as possible in the video to give you the tools to explain about the components in the lunar surface. And
Well, they were good images
thank you
tonight. That
so
was a good
much.
video. Yeah, that was a good video.
Yeah, you had a nice clear video despite any turbulence. And we're gonna have to work on that, Scott. We're gonna have to have the Moon Explorer, and you're gonna have to record Robert's voice with various
Yes,
parts, and
yes.
we have to tie it together somehow so that
Well,
there's an
I'll show
app.
you guys something.
You
Sorry
yeah,
to your wife.
you go.
Say to your wife, Robert. Yeah.
Well,
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
tell her we
But
appreciate
I'll
her
show
for
you
letting you
guys
come back
something.
on
Here we
I
and
go.
enjoy.
I,
All right, so Scott's got
Scott's
a
brought a cannon.
got
Yeah.
a contraption.
okay.
Okay, so let's see.
Let's see what you
This
got.
telescope right here.
Oh, I love that.
This
That's
is Buzz Aldrin's telescope that he asked me to watch for him. Okay.
Wow.
It has a plaque
nice.
on there. It says Buzz Aldrin Moon Explorer. And in his mask, you can see it's kind of dark. You see kind of a dark spot there.
Uh-huh.
I was given
Yeah.
some lunar meteoritic material by Mike Reynolds
Dust.
before he passed away. I
Wow.
crushed it up and put it in the face mask. So,
Oh, nice.
so there's only
Nice.
one in the
So
world that's
that's-
that.
And it's this
One
one.
night,
Yeah, so
Buzz will
don't
let me,
drop it.
set it up and we can do some lunar exploration with it. But he has used this telescope, and I have a photograph
Yeah,
with it in his condo at the time. So
I wonder
Wow.
how that feels for him because he's been there. It's like he's looking at something where he's a place where he's been. The rest of us are looking at it wishing we could go.
I mean, I've had the
That's-
opportunity to moon gaze with him a couple of times, and he does describe what it's like to be on the moon and physically what it's like, but he will add that he told me one time that they should have sent poets and artists to the moon to describe it, because he said everything that they did, there was so much muscle memory in the Apollo 11 program, that they just kind of knew that they were going to do this next and that next and all the rest of it, that he did not, although he describes the moon as magnificent desolation, I don't think he got to fully absorb, what it
You know,
was
He
two and a
like.
had to
half hours
focus
just
on the
isn't enough
mission.
It's
time.
not very long. Yeah, it was not.
Yeah,
very
Yeah.
he had to
long.
look up, see it, and then
Yeah.
go right to the mission. I can
Yeah.
imagine. He just,
Well, and plus, I
yeah,
mean,
and
they had
meanwhile,
a near emergency in landing. They had a near emergency in taking off. So
yeah,
Mhm.
it's the first time, and
yeah,
they're on camera, and so just
mhm.
trying to get it exactly right, and
Yeah, they had a
get back
mission,
alive.
and yeah, and I've often wondered, what kind of image, would we get? Would it even be possible to frame Milky Way, Earth, and from some spot in the moon, how beautiful that would look, but also what could we, what could we discern from that? Because with the moon with no atmosphere,
Oh
would
yeah.
it even work with the type of cameras we have? Because
Oh sure.
would the Earth do the same
Yeah.
thing that the moon does, blow the image out, even though, there's no Raleigh scattering, there's no light
Right.
pollution,
You just
at
have to
least
take
not,
it during,
not until we colonize the moon.
you just have to take it when the Earth is in the new phase as seen from the moon.
There you
And
go.
that way it's illuminated by reflected moonlight, and it will show up as well as the Milky Way.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. Now I have to live long enough to make a Jeff Bezos moon flight special. Only two hundred thousand
Yeah.
dollars. We'll get you to the moon and back.
It'll be cheaper.
Don't
Then.
take off your mask.
Yeah.
$200,000. I
Maybe,
hope
maybe you
so.
can go as a lunar photography specialist. So teach people how to get
Yeah,
great
I
images
gotta
of the
try and
moon
get
while they're
myself
there.
in line. Yeah, I have to get myself in line for that because that would be, I don't care if I'm 67, I'd still go,
You'll do it.
however long it takes for
By
us
the
to get
time
the
they get
technology
there, I'll be
together.
82, but I could get in line.
You could get in line too. That's
No,
right.
you'd be holding tours right on the moon. It's and this, from Earth, it looks like this, but here we are in the middle of it. That would be, I'm sure you would enjoy the experience, Robert.
Oh, absolutely.
And Cesar, you'll go and instantly say, "Where's the Southern Hemisphere part?" And you sell it and go right down to what we would consider the Southern Hemisphere of the moon and enjoy
Yeah.
it. And seeing the other side of the moon, or just even being able to see the other side for ourselves, I'm sure, even better than pictures. Of course, that has to be in sunlight, and of course, what'll happen? The Earth will be blocked, so it'll be an unfettered view, as dark as night can get, on that side. So, lots of interesting thoughts, imaginations. I'm sure anyone still watching has their own views of, if I were able to go to the moon, this is what I would do. We hear a lot of folks that, maybe don't believe that humans can achieve something like this, or however, to say we never made it to the moon, or, they're
Uh,
sort of stuck in their own experiences. And I personally don't worry so much about it. I mean, I think that's one thing, astronomy, space, the theme being discovery, is you discover something outside of your own experience. You might not be able to explain it, but there are certainly a lot of people who've studied these things in the universe and have given it a go. And it's to the point, and I know, David, you'll understand this. It's to the point that no matter where you're standing on Earth, you may not know the terrain or know any, like this place I was standing where it was very dark, but looking up at the sky gave me solace, because once I looked at the sky, I was able to orient myself in terms of, okay, I know where I am. That's south, that's north, east, west. So I know where I'm at in the sky. I know the directions, and now I can just wait for this camera to finish taking the photos so I can get out of here. That's basically how it went when I was down at this location behind me. But I always get solace if, whatever anxiety is going on, looking up at the sky, even if there's only a few stars I can see, it's
Yeah.
like looking at a familiar friend.
Oh,
And
Yeah.
that's how the sky is to me. That's why I image it. Um, I think that helps, keep me centered. Um, and that's the best way I can end my thoughts for this particular global star party is we have to keep looking up. We have to be open to new discoveries. I feel that there's a part of us that may not like change as much, but when you love astronomy, change is just something you learn to go with. We change
yeah.
what
You
we know
marvel
about
at.
black holes.
Yeah.
We
You
marvel at what we can see with our naked eye, and
That's
the
right.
more we get used to it, the more we're able to see, and it can come as quite a surprise. I'm not at a dark site, but yet I'm seeing, the rift, the Great Cygnus Rift, and I wasn't able to see it from the site before. So, or
Mhm.
seeing the comet, I should have put that on my pic. When I saw the comet naked eye, Suchin Shan, I didn't think I'd see it, and I look at the picture on my camera, and I looked up and went, "Oh, there it
There it
goes."
is.
It's there it is. It finally got to some place dark enough, and there it is, hanging out in the sky, just like that. So it's
One
yeah,
day,
it was
Adrian, I really I hope that you came here to Argentina. We can go to the open landscape with Maxi too, of course,
oh
to
yes, his
take
place.
this kind of pictures because really I really hope that one day came to. Uh,
Yeah,
I
and
thinking
you
I
know the
thinking in go. I thinking in go because I start to talk with Scott if uh, if uh, Explore Scientific is going to have a big stand, of course, that deserve this
Mhm.
in the NIF, NIF,
Yeah.
NF, NIF,
Neef.
NIF,
Yeah.
NIF,
Neef.
NIF, NIF, NIF.
okay,
It's okay.
Neef.
Neef,
In the NIF,
which is usually
I
yeah.
start
I got to
talking
get
to
to
go
that.
this year. Yes, I prefer NIF.
Oh, that
That
would be
is,
so now I see now I have to add that to the plan. And
No, if you're going to be in Neve,
about that,
drop by the
yeah.
snowstorm.
yeah, I'll have to drop by and see you.
Yeah, I'll be in
And
Yeah.
the snowstorm
David,
booth.
I was thinking of you. I was thinking of you when I saw that comet. And David, I said, this one is not the comet that's come to take him from us. He's got more time to go before the comet that comes to take him will be away. And that I often imagine on that particular comet will be his beloved Wendy driving, and his friends Eugene and Carolyn Shoemaker. And when they go away, the comet that comes to take David will be a fantastic one indeed, and he will finally be able to see some of the things that we wish to see. And just a poetic moment looking at that comet, and glad that there's the mythology that comets come to take people away. And I said, well, I'm this one isn't coming for me, so good. And I think of all of you and say, I'm glad this isn't the comet that's come to take us all away. Let's wait a while before we see that one.
Right.
Um, so at any rate, I've done enough babbling as always. This time it was great to be home. I didn't have to turn around and throw a bowling ball, so it was good to be able to have a great conversation with you all. Thanks for adding me at the last second, Scott.
Yeah.
I
Problem.
thought I might be bowling, but I gave my spot to another sub this week. So next week I'll probably
You'll be
I may be doing some bowling, I may not, but anytime there's global star party, I really try and make room to give any sort of presentation, big or small, and do what I can. So
thanks.
definitely love coming on here.
Thanks.
And thank you all for
All
having
right.
me.
Thank you,
And
Adrian.
I'll And great picture of the moon, Cesar.
Well, it was only the
So with
technician.
that, yep. Yeah,
All
with
right,
that,
guys.
Scott, I think we need to let you take us out.
All right. I'm
Oh,
gonna
was
do that.
was
Thank
a
you,
great.
guys. Thanks to all the
Thank
presenters that were on tonight. And it was, as always, a great pleasure, to be on and to present the Global Star Party to our global audience. So I'll end this with a couple of little videos from NASA, and I will call it a night. And as our friend Jack Horkheimer always used to say, keep looking up. So.
The National Aeronautics and Space Administration has established a technology utilization program for the rapid dissemination of information on technological developments, which appear to be useful in industry, medicine, or other fields. From a variety of sources, including NASA research centers and NASA contractors, space-related technology is collected and screened, and that which has potential value to others is made generally available. The following film sequences show some specific examples of the transfer of such technology to non-aerospace uses. For several years, Jet Propulsion Laboratory has used computers to enhance the quality of Moon and Mars pictures from spacecraft. Surveyor 1 radioed to Earth more than 11,000 close-up pictures of the Moon. This picture, for example, shows a moon rock about 20 inches across. A part of the photo is hazy. But you see a much sharper image after computer processing. Note how the fractures become clearer, as do the rock fragments in the background. Here you see the original picture at the top and the computer-enhanced version below. An investigation has begun to apply this enhancement technique to clarifying medical X-rays. By increasing the contrast of only certain details, the enhancement process emphasizes features or areas of a picture which provide critical information, permitting detection of problem areas that might otherwise go unnoticed. Here you see an original X-ray of a human skull. After computer processing here, you see a much sharper image. Here is the same original picture. Now we want to bring out the blood vessels in the highly exposed frontal portion of the skull indicated by the arrow. You see that the computer technique recovers those frontal blood vessels, permitting better diagnosis of patient problems. Again, the before and after enhancement photographs. The enhancement process adds nothing that was not originally photographed, but it brings out critical details which are otherwise not visible. In another example here, you see on the left, an enhancement of a photograph of the retina of an eye shown at right. The blood vessels are much sharper. The purpose of this work has been to demonstrate the capability of the digital computer to sharpen medical photographs. The next step is to transfer these techniques to specific clinical problems, a task that NASA and medical research institutes are now pursuing. Results of research at the NASA Langley Research Center into causes of aircraft and later automobile tire hydroplaning have been widely disseminated to auto companies, tire manufacturers, safety engineers, and others. These pictures of aircraft landing and skidding on wet runways show the results of tire hydroplaning and were the impetus for the NASA research at Langley. Meanwhile, research on the same subject was conducted in England. Now you'll see the test track at Langley on which the experimentation was performed to learn the causes of this serious skidding problem. Langley found that tire hydroplaning results from the same effect that keeps a speedboat skimming on the water. At high speeds, water is wedged between the ground and the tire, and the force exerted by the layer of water lifts the tire from the ground. With the tire riding on the water layer, of course, brakes are no longer effective. You lose control of your car. From below, the effect of partial hydroplaning is shown by the dark spot, which is the part of the tire in contact with the ground. At higher speed, you will see that even less of the tire is in contact with the ground. Added weight on tires does not prevent this type of skidding. Good tread acts to disperse the water layer, while smooth tires skim more easily. You can see automobile tire hydroplaning in these pictures taken at Langley Research Center as part of a joint NASA Bureau of Public Roads project. The first car negotiates the turn easily. However, the second and third cars approach the turn at higher speeds and skidding is induced. The skidding was caused by unfavorable combinations of tire pressure, tread, speed, and other factors. Now we shall see the results of experimental work conducted by the state of California. This machine was built to put grooves in highways. The grooves are generally 1/8 inch deep and 3/4 of an inch apart. Incidentally, runways at 10 airports are also being grooved. The serrating technique has proven to be not only simple and fast, but remarkably economical. Results to date of the California experiment indicate that pavement serration costs much less than other approaches aimed at avoiding similar accidents. Now to the results shown on this chart. Test periods for the 5 highway sections vary from 7 months to 2 years. The 5 test sections are identified at the side of the chart. Taking them one at a time, you see that the number of accidents under rainy or wet conditions on the first section was reduced from 15 to 4, a 74% reduction. This shows the results achieved on the second test section, a considerably greater percentage reduction, 92%. In this strip, accidents were reduced from 28 to 1 over a stretch extending for more than 1/2 mile, a 96% reduction. This modified section of the Santa Ana Freeway resulted in a 98% reduction. The final test section shows a 100% reduction in accidents. Where there had been 9 in the 2 years immediately prior to highway grooving, no accidents were reported for the 2-year test period during rainy or wet conditions. In terms of numbers, accidents overall were reduced from 124 to 8, a reduction of 93.5%. The number of injuries and deaths were likewise reduced dramatically. At least 5 other states are now experimenting with the results of this hydroplaning research, and the Bureau of Public Roads, with the help of NASA, has produced an educational motion picture to alert drivers to ways they can avoid hydroplaning accidents. To detect micrometeorites in space, Ames Research Center developed a momentum transducer. It's based on a crystal that twists slightly on impact and sets up an electrical signal. This test rig contains such a crystal. When deflected by a slight movement, it transmits a signal. It's so sensitive that a grain of sand dropped only 1 centimeter will be detected. The principle of this device is the basis for a new kind of medical diagnostic tool that will accurately measure subtle postural reflexes or muscle tremors. You'll see how it can be used in diagnosis to detect the existence of ailments affecting muscle control. The tool shown here can be taped to a patient's finger to record lateral movement, or to the fingertip to measure vertical movement. For this film, the device is demonstrated by a normal person. Here, he faces straight ahead while extending and relaxing his arms. His arms move involuntarily, a muscle reflex. He pulls them back. They move again involuntarily. The patterns are measured and recorded. The subject assumes the second position with his head turned to his left. While the right arm remains relatively stationary, the left arm is moved involuntarily by a muscle reflex. and a completely different pattern of movement results. The device is being evaluated for possible routine clinical use in the early detection of neurological ailments, including Parkinson's disease. If our eyes had the resolution of a field ion microscope and could see the arrangements of atoms within a piece of metal, we would find two patterns predominant: a cubic crystal structure and a hexagonal crystal structure. Engineers at the NASA Lewis Research Center have examined the significance of these structures to the life and reliability of ball bearings, seals, gears, and other wear surfaces. While the purpose of their work was to solve the very difficult problems of operating bearings in the vacuum of space, they have come upon a basic discovery with widespread implications here on Earth. They found that bearing materials should have hexagonal, not cubic, crystal structures. Bearings often fail because the parts literally weld together and then explode, creating costly downtime and repair. The NASA engineers have learned that strength is not the most important factor where lubrication problems exist. With a cubic structured metal, surfaces weld together and bearings fail. A hexagonal metal structure is far less likely to weld or explode in the absence of lubrication. 3 patents have been filed on the work at Lewis. One alloy of cobalt and molybdenum shows potential for use in artificial human hip joints and is being tested for capability with living tissue. The alloy now widely used in prosthetic devices has a cubic crystal structure. The new alloy offers more freedom of movement and longer life. Human joints, bearings, seals, many important products may be improved due to this basic NASA materials discovery. Metal producers, manufacturers of bearings, designers of prosthetic devices, and users of bearings, from those making farm equipment to those making machine tools and aircraft, are being kept up to date on this work through the NASA Technology Utilization Program. A small company housed in this barn-like factory grows and sells single crystals. It became a member of a NASA-supported regional dissemination center, which provides technical information to private industry. The RDC provided information on the design of improved flame fusion crystal growing furnaces. Then this document, uncovered by the RDC Computer Retrieval Service, presented designs and data for a furnace capable of growing single crystal ruby rods of suitable quality for use in lasers. In another case, a NASA document showed how to modify this furnace, shown growing a calcium tungstate crystal. Another research report enabled the company to grow large single crystals of cadmium sulfide, cadmium selenide, and zinc telluride. This report helped to broaden the company's capability to grow crystals of beryllium oxide, shown here. Another document, also provided through the NASA system, enabled the company to improve its production of yttrium iron garnets. This company's experience demonstrates the many ways in which a regional dissemination center can be helpful. The company reports that nearly $100,000 in sales of new products is directly traceable to RDC services. In all, the RDC provided the company with 38 different documents last year that specifically helped it broaden its product line and improve its production processes. A radio station in North Carolina has been using multiplex transmission for several years over its FM station. FM multiplex transmission has several useful functions, including FM stereo broadcasting and broadcasting of commercial background music. The equipment presently available for multiplex transmission, like the subcarrier generator shown here, is very complex, requires considerable space and large amounts of power. A regional dissemination center provided the radio station with a NASA tech brief describing a solid-state FM oscillator used in space telemetry. Further information on the innovation was provided by NASA, and the electronic circuit was adapted to an improved FM subcarrier generator, which in comparison takes up only 1/10 the space needed by the former unit. It is also a more reliable piece of equipment and requires far less maintenance. And very importantly, the cost of the equipment, as you will see in this table, was reduced from $900 to $75. Even more importantly, power consumption is slashed from 500 watts to 1 watt. Inorganic paints are the products of several years of research at Goddard Space Flight Center to develop a very durable coating for spacecraft. The coatings are a family of silicate-based inorganic paints. For testing, paint is sprayed on small metal plaques. Other inorganic paints must be baked on. This paint is very easy to apply. A small plaque is being scratched with a stylus applied at a pressure of 50,000 pounds per square inch. Epoxy, one of the hardiest paints available, is left with a deep scratch, while the new silicate paint is hardly marred by the stylus. A plaque is dipped in concentrated sulfuric acid, which would corrode an ordinary coating. On the silicate paint, the acid has no effect. A silicate painted plaque is taken from a 1300-degree Fahrenheit oven and plunged into liquid nitrogen, temperature minus 320 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see the durability. A steel plaque with silicate paint on one side is being subjected to a 4,000-degree Fahrenheit flame. The mirror in the back reflects the bare steel, and the torch is being directed to the painted surface only. You can see that the steel substrate is becoming white hot, while the painted side shows hardly a sign of the intense heat. NASA has granted 24 licenses for the manufacture of this paint. A Chicago company now has it on the market. At least 30 other companies are experimenting with it. Its durability, ease of application, and adhesion properties make it a superior coating adaptable to many civilian uses. A remotely operated instrument carrier was designed to meet a NASA requirement for use in unmanned exploration of lunar and planetary surfaces. The prototype you see here is able to negotiate uneven, rocky terrain with relative ease. By remote control, the lunar walker can be steered in any direction. It has the capability of traveling up an incline, and small obstacles do not halt the vehicle. This proposal was not funded by NASA, but a technology utilization officer saw the possibilities of adapting the vehicle to a totally different function. Here you see the adaptation. Here, the adaptation of the lunar walker negotiates a curve. A handicapped person in such a chair is able to navigate in a manner never possible in an ordinary wheelchair. A sandy beach presents no obstacle to the walking chair. Incidentally, the little girl is piloting the chair with a chin strap control, indicating how a paraplegic might use it. This adaptation is the product of cooperation among NASA, UCLA, and the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. It is now being tested on crippled children at a rehabilitation center in Southern California and is expected to be on the market soon.
Tom, it's been almost a year since we were here last time, and the 100-inch mirror was out of the telescope. We were standing on a kind of a wobbly scaffolding, right?
It was very stable. It was just narrow.
But we had hard hats on.
Yeah, we were safe.
Yeah, we were safe. That's right. And you were starting to explain to me how you do your public observing program, but you use Explore Scientific equipment to make that possible. That's right. So tell me how this whole system works.
Well, it's not complicated. Just follow the light. We have the 100-inch mirror, which is right above me here. We were just inside the telescope where we saw the secondary mirror way at the top, a tertiary mirror sending it out to this relay optics system, and then following the light path down to your Explore Scientific T7ED.
Oh, great. So behind us here, we've got the ED-127 aerospace triplet. This is a 4-inch starlight focuser that has a custom adapter to attach to this telescope. And then we've got a 3-inch diagonal and a 3-inch 30-millimeter eyepiece. Tom, what's the focal length of the telescope again?
About 33,000 millimeters.
33,000 millimeters. So with this eyepiece, we're going to get
Over 1,000 power,
1,000
1,100 power.
magnification. So with a 100-degree apparent field, it's about 5.5 arc minutes true
Right.
field of view. So that is a great view through a very high-powered telescope. And how many people do you have coming through to do your educational outreach programs?
Well, we have the educational outreach as well as the public nights and our client nights. So we've probably done about 800 people this year through
Wow.
this.
Well, it's just a great honor for us to have our equipment used on the 100-inch. I know it's used on the 60-inch telescope. I've used it on the 60 myself
Mhm.
and the 40-inch. So, we got a sort of a trifecta with George Ellery Hale's telescope. And so if someone wanted to rent this telescope, what do? They go on what's the website that they would go to?
mtwilson.edu. And we have pages for both the 60-inch and 100-inch that you can make reservations, and it has all the information for that process on our website.
That's fantastic. All right, well, that's great. By the way, this is also used on the 40-inch refractor Yerkes. So they use a whole slew of eyepieces. But you've got a ton of focal length here. What's the focal length of this scope?
I forget the calculation. It's big. It's way long.
Okay, we'll do this again.
Okay.
Here we go.
It's a 101.
It's 101 inch. It's not a
It's
100 inch.
bigger than they advertise.
Who knew that,
Yeah.
Okay,
F ratio
101 times 20.
12.6 or yeah, F rate. It's
32,000.
32,300 millimeters.
Okay, so let's do this
That's
again.
long.
That's long, isn't it? Right. So 32,000. So
Thousand.
what's the magnification going to be?
32,000
32,000 divided by 30. 32,000. That is crazy.
It's about 1,000 power more.
32,000 or 35,000?
32,324.
$1,077 magnification.
So 1,100 power.
100 divided by 1077 is 0.09. It's 5.5 arc seconds, or arc minutes.
Arc minutes. That's
5.5 arc minutes.
That's
field
big.
view.
That's
It's not a
impressive.
bad field.
That's impressive.
Okay, so 5.5. Okay, all right, so now we know the numbers. Let's hide our calculator here so nobody knows.
So we cheat on that.
Yeah, that's right.
We could do this in our head, right?
What's the focal length of the telescope again?
About 33,000 millimeters.
33,000 millimeters. So with this eyepiece, we're going to get
Over 1,000 power.
1,000
1,100 power.
magnification. So that would work out with a 100-degree apparent field. It's about 5.5 arc minutes true
Right.
field of view. So that is a great view, a very high-powered view through a very high-powered telescope.